All right, I'm James Landay. I'm the Vice Director here at Stanford HAI, and it's a pleasure to welcome all of you in person and those of you online to HAI's Hoffman-Yee Symposium. AI is general purpose technology that can be used for good and for ill, but at HAI, our goal is a future committed to human-centered uses of AI, a future where humanity benefits from the technology and that those benefits are broadly shared. In support of this goal, our research program supports work that is highly interdisciplinary and falls into three key areas. So the first is human impact, studying the impact of this technology on social institutions and structures. The second is augmenting human capabilities. So we want to develop new human-centered design methods and tools so that AI augments people and does not simply replace them. And three, intelligence. Although the deep learning revolution has been incredible, we want to develop research for the next generation of AI technology that is inspired by human intelligence. The Hoffman-Yee Grant Program is a multi-year initiative to invest in such research. We believe the projects you hear from today will play a significant role in defining future work in AI from academia to industry to government, healthcare, and civil society. Last year, our second cohort of 6 interdisciplinary teams received $500,000 to pursue ambitious projects. And we are now entering the next phase where we plan to select 3 of those teams to each receive up to $2 million over the next 2 years. These projects were selected for their boldness, ingenuity, and potential for a transformative impact. Today, you will see the results of a year's worth of work by the teams, plus a description of what they hope to achieve moving forward. And I should mention, while this symposium is meant to focus on the work of our second cohort of teams, throughout the day, we'll also be highlighting the work of the first cohort awarded in 2020 and see what they've accomplished over the last 3 years. Finally, I'd like to thank Reid Hoffman and Michelle Yee for making these grants possible. And with that, I'd like to introduce Vanessa Parley. Vanessa is the Director of Research Programs here at HAI, and her team has been spending the year shepherding all of these projects through their first year, planning this event and much more. Vanessa.
Thank you, James, and welcome everyone. Our Hoffman-Yee teams are really excited to share with you what they have accomplished over the past year. The grantees that you will hear from today are an interdisciplinary group of faculty, postdocs, and graduate students spanning schools of business, engineering, humanities and sciences, law, and medicine. They represent the interdisciplinarity that is core here at HAI. And they were selected from a highly competitive pool of applicants. And as part of that review process, they also went through an ethics and society review, which looked at the societal benefits and risks of the work if it were to become ubiquitous in society. The teams received funding from this grant for 1 year initially, and over the next 2 days will be evaluated for 2 more years worth of funding. Today, they will be presenting to you, and then tomorrow they will be meeting with a selection committee for further evaluation. Before continuing, I want to give a quick thank you to our selection committee who's sitting here in the front row. They will be working really hard over the next 2 days to evaluate the teams and determine which of the 3 teams will receive additional funding. And then I think we have a slide with their names as well. Yeah, so thank you, selection committee members. So before we intro our first teams, a few logistics. For our audience on Zoom, you can use the Slido link that will be in the chat shortly to ask questions. And we will be choosing questions from Slido after the presentation. Slido has that nice upvote feature so we can see which questions are most interesting to all of you. For our live audience, we have mic runners. So again, after the presentation, please raise your hand and we'll bring you a mic. Please wait for the mic so that our online audience can hear your question as well. And during the Q&A, we'll split time between questions from our online audience and then the questions in the room. And now I would like to introduce Christine Ravel. She will be introducing our first team and has been working very closely with me to plan this event. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am pleased to introduce our next team. As James mentioned, while this symposium is meant to focus on the work of our second cohort of teams, throughout the day, we will also be highlighting the work of our first cohort awarded in 2020 and what they have accomplished over the past 3 years. Our first two presentations are from the first cohort. Our first team is titled An AI Time Machine to Explore the Social Lives of Concepts. This team is working on building new AI technology to help humanists and social scientists trace how concepts develop and change over time with the goal to build new ways of studying the dynamics of culture. Let's welcome them to the stage.
All right, good, great. Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers, and so thank you very much for HAI and for Hoffman-Yee for the support. So my name is James So. I'm an assistant professor here at Stanford, and together with my colleague Rob, we'll be presenting our project. So the high-level goal of our project is to use AI, and in particular to use language models to help us to study concepts, especially concepts that are useful in humanistic and social science research. Right. So we have an extremely interdisciplinary team of colleagues that come from English, the libraries, philosophy, economics, political science, sociology, computer science, history, and from the medicine. And in particular today, we want to give you sort of two research vignettes from our research, right? And it's under this broader umbrella. The first vignette, which I'll present, will be studying innovation, the concept of innovation over time. And then the second research vignette, which Bob will present in the second half, will be on studying AI for emulating human agents and in experiments. Okay, so for the first part, we're interested in studying, in particular, like how universities are an engine of innovation, right? Especially in the US, right? So universities really a major source of research innovation, and there are over 1,500 companies that spin out of universities every year, right? However, it has been actually quite difficult and challenging to quantify, right? Which research that academics perform actually gets translated into industry, and also it's been difficult to quantify what's the economic and financial impact, right, of those translated research. That's what we want to tackle with our project. So we did very close collaboration with the Office of Technology Licensing here at Stanford, right? So at Stanford, like at many other universities, right? So technology transfer from academics into industry is typically a 4-step process. So the first step is that researchers and students like us would do the research, right? Would write the papers, and then we have to disclose this research to the Office of Technology Licensing, or the OTL. And then the OTL would decide, right, which of these research, right, they want to prioritize and get copyrights and patents on, and then which of these research they want to license to external partners like companies. And finally, the companies like the Googles and the Genentechs, right, they can then work with OTL to license the research from our faculties. So for this project, we actually worked very closely with the Stanford OTL, so we have access from all of their data from the last 50 years. Right, so this includes over 4,500 innovations that have all been marketed by the Stanford OTL, and then coming from over 6,500 inventors from Stanford, right? So the innovations here includes algorithms like PageRank, hosting to Google, as well as MYSTIC synthesizer, recombinant DNA, so many other great technologies. And importantly, for each of these inventions, right, we have the entire history of the data, right? So we know how much revenue is actually produced by the invention that goes back to Stanford, as well as like what did the inventors and the marketers actually write about these inventions in the first place. And just to give you a quick snapshot, right? So at Stanford, so about 20% of all the inventions actually make money for the universities, right? So the university, as you can imagine, is actually very interested to try to figure out what are these 20%. So I just want to give you a few quick snapshots of the kind of insights that we can learn from this. Right. So the first insight is that because we're looking at this innovation over time, we actually see really interesting shifts. Right. So here I'm showing you for each of the time period, like the top 5 categories of research that end up generating the most revenue for Stanford. You can see a very interesting transition that previous to the 2000s, right, a lot of the electrical engineering and engineering categories, like circuits, telecommunications. But a really interesting shift happens after 2000, in that it goes into a lot of the biomedicine, biology, and chemistry. right? Or things like polymer chemistry or genetics that ends up generating the most revenues per invention for the university. Another interesting finding is that who are actually the people that ends up taking advantage of these innovations? So at Stanford, it turns out that most of the successful innovation that ends up generating the most revenue ends up are being licensed by the inventors themselves. Right? So for example, here, if I look at the innovations that ends up generating the highest amount of total revenue for the university, by over $10 million, 100% of those innovations will end up being self-licensed by the faculties and students themselves from their own startups. Right, so I think this is a really interesting indication of the entrepreneurial ecosystem here at Stanford. And it's also a suggestion that you're often the researchers, the faculties and students are often best placed to really drive their own inventions forward into the next stage. Right, it also has interesting implications for the university in terms of encouraging these kind of faculty, student-led enterprises. So the last highlight I want to share with you is that because we actually have the full text, right, of how did the researchers themselves describe each of these inventions when they were applying for the patents or when they are applying for the disclosure for the OTL, we can actually try to analyze, what are the descriptions and how does that actually predict the future revenues? Right, so for this, we have the full descriptions, which could be a few pages of the text from the researchers, right? And then we actually use a language model to help us to analyze that text and in particular to try to predict which of these inventions ends up are more likely to produce future revenues for the university and also for the researchers. Right, so the model is able to get reasonable accuracy making that prediction. But what's more interesting is that we can actually ask the language model then to explain what are the signals, the positive and negative signals that ends up being predictive of future success of these innovations. And this is where it becomes quite interesting. Right, so it turns out that the strongest negative signals, right, for inventions to not make money in the future, if it has actually a lot of these adjectives, like it's very novel, significant, effective, improved or beneficial, right? Whereas the positive signals really come from these more specific technical adjectives, right? Our interpretation of that is that often, if you're really the first in class in the innovation space, you don't really need to have a lot of these additional adjectives for describing it. Right, so with that in mind, so I will, thanks for listening to my very novel and effective and significant talk. And I'll turn that over to my colleague, Rob, to present the second research vineyard.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, my brief talk is titled as Statistical Topological Homological Insight. I'm just kidding. Okay. Well, wanted to thank the selection committee and Mr. Hoffman and everybody who contributes to making Hoffman-Yee go. It's really been transformative for our research and for the research I'll show you here. So thanks a lot. So where James was talking here at the end about leveraging LLMs to make predictions about the results of complex human systems, what I'm going to be presenting on is a line of work that we've been doing in my lab over the last 6 or 7 months, trying to see if LLMs can predict the complexity of human behavior in experiments, in research experiments. Now, you might wonder, why would we even want to do that? Why is it important or interesting or valuable to predict human behavior in experiments? Well, there's, I think, a few reasons, besides ones you might think of. There's applied value, so it can help us to identify effective interventions for promoting human welfare out in the world. So we can get insights on policy innovation or public health messaging, for example, persuasive messages that can be used by government to drive people towards social services, for example. And it also could have basic science value. If we had a tool built on, let's say, LLMs that would allow us to anticipate with some level of accuracy experiments very quickly and cheaply, that would be really valuable for science or social science as well. It would help us to do our research more efficiently. We could essentially triage social science studies that are more likely to work. That could have a leveling effect, helping less well-resourced researchers and institutions prioritize their work. And it also can help us to build theory. Building theory in the social sciences involves looking at real human behavioral data, but it also involves running many little thought experiments in your head. Well, what if we could bring some sort of simulated data that is like real data to that exercise? It would help us build theory faster and better. But we don't know whether or not the latest generation of large language models are actually effective for this end. So that was what we wanted to do. And the first step that we took was to try to build a testing ground to assess if LLMs can anticipate the behavior of humans in experimental settings. Our first step was to gather an archive of 60 experiments that are very well powered on nationally representative samples, leveraging an existing repository of studies of this type. We were able to harvest 700 experimental effects from these studies that were conducted over the last decade on more than 100,000 participants. And we made a few, so mostly this is an evaluation exercise to see can LLMs do this, but we did also sort of refine our approach to prompting the latest generation of LLMs to help us make predictions for experiments. So one thing that we discovered early on is that if you prompt an LLM in the role of a social scientist, like you describe a study and you ask it what the result is, it's not very good at that. Humans aren't really that great at that either, even expert humans. LLMs aren't either. But instead, if you cast it in the role of a participant, and then you change something about the conditions, and then run it again and cast it in the role of a participant under somewhat different circumstances, you can compare the results under those two circumstances and get some sense of cause and effect, what the effect of a modification of its environment has on the behavior that it manifests. So that was one insight we gleaned on how to effectively prompt LLMs. Another one was this sort of wisdom of prompt strategy. We found that small idiosyncratic wording changes can really set it off down a wrong path, make bad predictions, but that could be pretty easily overcome by pooling dozens and dozens of prompting strategies and then, pooling the responses across them. So we end up using like 100, 200 prompts with slightly different wording in order to kind of smooth out those idiosyncrasies. I'll just jump right to the results since we only have a few minutes here. So can LLMs predict the results of survey experiments like the ones that fill up this archive that we built? The short answer is yes, and with a surprising level of accuracy, surprising to me anyway. So here the x-axis represents the estimated experimental effect size in these experiments I was telling you about a second ago, and the y-axis represents the actual observed effect sizes. It's noteworthy that these studies, while well-powered, they don't actually give us a perfect insight on the true effect size. That they're still fallible due to sampling error and things like this, various kinds of noise. So it wouldn't even be possible to get to 100% correlation here. So this performance is really quite good. Now, one of the first things that you all, as savvy, discerning listeners, might be thinking is, maybe it just already has this information in its training data. One nice thing about this archive is it has a lot of unpublished studies, unpublished experimental effects, and so we can look specifically at that subset, and it's just as good. And that's basically because it's not really making predictions like a social scientist harvesting its accumulated knowledge. Instead, it's simulating the way a participant would behave. And so it's just as good with unpublished and published data. It's not drawing on results from its training data that it just knows. Another thing that you might be thinking is, this seems like actually kind of an ideal training ground or an ideal testing ground for an LLM to perform well. After all, a human participant in a survey experiment interacts with the study via a computer terminal of some sort. They get a bunch of text that comes at them that varies across experimental conditions. They're asked a text-based question. They give a text-based answer. I mean, LLMs should be really good at simulating human behavior in exactly that kind of setting, right? It's really optimal. And so in a way, this might be the upper bound of what's possible. And other kinds of studies, it won't be able to manifest insights on cause and effect in human behavior as well. So we went to go test this. Can it predict behavior in field experiments? So cases where a stimulus is, somebody encounters a stimulus out in the world, going about their everyday life, and then their behavioral response is measured, and they don't even know they're in a study. And there's way fewer and worse powered studies available to us to make this assessment. So these are just 3 different data repositories that we gathered to make this assessment. And here you can see that GPT does markedly worse at manifesting predictions or helping us make predictions for behavior in field experiments, but still pretty good. So the correlation is something like 0.4 if you were to pool across these 3 different sources of experimental effect sizes. That's meaningful. It's trying to predict behavior of somebody walking around, getting a text message, nudging them to get a flu vaccination a week earlier than they would otherwise, and then helping us predict what percent effect that has, if any, on their likelihood of getting a flu vaccine the next week. That's a very complex task. Humans aren't very good at it. Human experts aren't very good at it. And so this is actually pretty good. So just to summarize where we're at with evaluating LLM's capacity here, they're pretty good at predicting survey experimental results. This is without really refining this at all. We haven't really, dropped ineffective prompts. We haven't done any training. So it's pretty good. And in fact, it's worth, by our estimate, about the same as running an original experimental study with about 146 participants per condition. So I would say maybe 30–40% of published experiments now, this is my top of mind estimate, are of that level of statistical power or less. And that's kind of your point of indifference, where if you're trying to guess the true effect size in an experiment, you'd be indifferent to having 146 participants per condition or using this tool, which is much faster and obviously cheaper. Some preliminary evidence suggests it can compete with human forecasters in terms of its ability to predict the results of survey and field experiments. And I think the big open question is, how can we improve the predictive accuracy for field experiments? Because that's really an insight on like cause and effect with human behavior out in the world. When people are going around, if they encounter a stimulus, how does it change their behavior? Our predictive accuracy here is good, but it's not amazing. And so what could be done to improve it? In my lab, we're more evaluators, we're social scientists. And so, we're looking for partners that can help us move the needle on this scientific question. So thanks for your time and attention, and we'll take questions.
We will start with questions from our audience. So if anyone has a question, feel free to raise your hand and one of our mic runners will hand you a mic.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm Michael Hotard at the Immigration Policy Lab, and I was interested in using LLMs for survey experiments. I was trying to think through this question more directly, but I couldn't quite phrase it. But I think with published research, there's a big concern about overestimating the effect sizes because of what's published and what's not. And if you actually are seeing that you're predicting what's published, are you concerned that you're kind of reintroducing this bias of the file drawer problem?
Sorry, could you, so does the slide showing that it's as predictive for unpublished studies as published studies help with this, or?
Was that specifically unpublished studies, or kind of, I guess if I have a belief that published studies overestimate the effect size, and then this kind of matches that,
yeah,
I'm trying to work through if I would expect it, or if I would maybe expect lower effect sizes predicted.
Yeah, no, it's an awesome question. And it really kind of depends what it's doing. If it's reflecting on its training data and then making a guess, it might do better with the published studies because positive results bias is cooked into what it knows, But we find it does just as well, if not a little better, for unpublished experimental effects that it couldn't get from its training data. They're just buried in a data set on an archive, and they've never been published, and maybe not even analyzed, because we're able to pull specific dependent variables, pair them with manipulations. Maybe a researcher ran it on their computer once 10 years ago, and it performs just as well, which I think suggests what it's doing is it's actually trained to simulate human, especially verbal behavior really, really well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go here in the front. Actually, just one second. Could you?
That many, up to 90% or more published studies are not reproducible.
Yeah.
And so how do you deal with that? You're confirming unconfirmed data. Is that helping us?
Well, it's a similar question to the last one, I think, which is that we're able to pull. One thing that's nice is this is a repository that's really top notch in terms of it's pre-registered, open materials. It was really on the forefront of making social science more replicable. It's even been leveraged to estimate how much sort of deception after the fact social science researchers do after they've analyzed their data, because it's an open repository where researchers, I didn't have time to go into this, have to specify what their hypotheses are, how they'll test them ahead of time. Neil Malhotra here at the business school has actually leveraged it as a way to assess how much do researchers in the social sciences sort of BS you about what they predicted, because you can measure it against this archive. And so that's what we did. We were able to get around that by using an archive like this, which is well powered, and also by analyzing effects that nobody ever published, and doing so without that kind of.
Because the metrics program at Stanford has been looking into this, and there have been studies that took 5 top published scientific papers, and 3 of them could not be reproduced.
Yeah.
And so I am concerned about confirming what's not confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, I am too. I think that this tool is actually potentially really useful in that mission because we could essentially rank studies by how implausible they are based on, using this tool, and that can help us prioritize replication work in the social sciences cheaper than we can do it now, which is basically with like ad hoc expert judgment. Thank you.
Excellent. In the spirit of staying on schedule, we'll actually have to move to our next presentation. So please join me in thanking them again. Okay, I am pleased to introduce our next team, also from our first cohort of Hoffman-Yee winners, titled Intelligence Wearable Robotics for Augmenting Human Locomotion. This team is working on developing robotic systems to help individuals with physical impairments complete daily tasks, improving quality of life and independence. For this presentation, we have a special treat where we will be live streaming directly from their lab for a demo of the technology. A few lucky audience members were actually selected this morning, and we'll join them in the lab. They're already over there. So take it away, Karen, Steve.
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
We can, yeah.
All right. Welcome. My name is Karen Liu, and I'm a professor from Computer Science Department. So we are the team that builds intelligent exoskeleton that augments human locomotion. So we all know that fall accident is a big issue among older adults. And interestingly, the fall prevention has been a topic that's been researched for more than a century. But the problem is today we still don't have a very good solution. Our team proposed a solution that builds an AI-enabled exoskeleton that understands human motion, human intention, and then share the control with a human. So how do we do this? The first thing we need to do is to build a predictive human model. If you can imagine this like a digital twin for human motion. And because once we have the digital twin, then we can test, develop, and validate this exoskeleton on this digital twin in a safe and effective manner. But the first thing we need to do in order to build such a model is to collect a lot of human data. And we're not just talking about just normal walking data. We need human falling data or balance recovery data. Those are very rare events. It's very hard to induce that kind of motion. So the first thing we did was inventing a new device, which you're seeing here, to safely induce falling in all different directions. So Steve will talk a little bit about that. And then once we have a lot of data, we can build this human model, predictive human model. We can train our exoskeleton on it. But eventually this train the control policy needs to be transferred back to the real world. So we build an actual exoskeleton, and Steve will tell you more about that. And the last thing I want to tell you is that we also care a lot about evaluation. We have done a large-scale structured interviews and surveys on hundreds of older adults and healthcare providers. And the finding we got is that the interest in exoskeleton is high among providers and older adults. And also the balance enhancement is something very desirable for such a exoskeleton. And that supports very well with our initial proposal, the vision of our initial proposal. So without further ado, I'll let Steve tell you a bit more about what you're seeing here and the live demo we're going to do today.
Fantastic. Thanks, Karen. So yeah, we're going to do a live demo in a moment. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about what you're looking at in this room. So the first thing you're going to notice is that Jin Su here is wearing an exoskeleton. And it looks a little different than what you might have seen in the TV and movies, right? And that's because this is an emulator that is designed to be really versatile. So you can see on his body, there's this big, complicated looking device. That is so that this system can be really adjustable. This can be fit to 99% of adult body types. So almost anybody that walks in the room, we can tune it and fit it to their body. The next thing you're going to notice is that there's these big cables connecting back to this box and to that tower of computers. That is so that we can have a tremendous amount of mechanical power and computational power controlling this device, so that that's never a limitation. And that allows this super overpowered device to pretend like it's lots of different less capable devices that might actually be products for the world. It's kind of like a virtual reality system for your legs. You get the physical experience of using one of these exoskeletons without us having to build lots of different devices. And so that's our hardware, where we'll apply these AI-driven exoskeleton controllers to help improve balance. But if we want to prevent falls, well, people don't fall just walking steadily down the street. They fall when there's an unexpected contact with the environment. For example, you bump a door as you walk through, or a chair or table. And so we needed to create a way of reproducing those kinds of perturbations in the lab. And I want to draw your attention to these 4 posts around the room. They have a motor, and you can see the string that's coming over and tied to Jinsu's waist. And these are, there's a little force sensor and a motor. These are force-controlled ropes, so that we can apply, say, no force, as is happening right now. Jinsu, can you show that you can sort of move around a little bit, and they just sort of get out of the way. And then unexpectedly, as we're walking along, they can all of a sudden apply a large impulse and induce the kind of perturbation that could lead to a fall, so that we can test the ability of the exoskeleton to help a person recover. And then the last thing you'll notice is that in this room we have lots of measurement tools. We've got these motion capture cameras. This treadmill is instrumented to measure the forces of interaction between the person and the ground. And we have sensors for measuring muscle activity. And so we can get this very comprehensive data set to feed our simulation models to learn about how people recover, and importantly, to learn how to assess balance. How good is your balance? It's actually a really tricky question to answer, and we want to be able to measure balance really rapidly, so that we can test whether our exoskeletons are helping or not. So one of the big thrusts of our project has been using large data sets gathered in the laboratory to develop metrics of a person's balance ability by having them walk normally, and then artificially impairing their balance by, say, blocking their eyes or locking up joints, and then seeing whether our learned models can tell that the balance is worse with those artificial impairments. Okay, so that's sort of the stuff you're looking at here, and now we're going to get a little a demonstration, and take it away, guys. And while they're sort of communicating, get that set up, if you have any questions off the top of your head,
All right, Jinsu, I'm going to start the treadmill in 3, 2,
just let us know.
Resetting stride time. Okay, ready for pulls? Starting in 3, 2, 1.
All right, so now as Jinsu walks, most of the time, these ropes are going to do nothing. They're going to stay out of the way very carefully. And then every once in a while, they're going to pull hard. Okay. Uh-oh.
About 2 more perturbations. They're
Okay.
hard to pull.
Okay. The front rope just broke.
Really?
Yep.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah.
We'll keep going. Thanks.
Yep. The lab gods will always take their toll. So while he's walking, did any quick questions that come to mind? Yeah, please. Woo! There you go.
So why use like a real human working with all these apparatus instead of a simulated environment working on the physics and so on?
That's a great question. So the question is, why go to the trouble of having a real human being. It's expensive in time and effort, and it adds risk and all these things. Why not just use a simulation? Well, we want to use simulations, but so far our simulations aren't sufficiently capable of predicting human response to these genuinely new kinds of environments and devices to use for development. So we have here Scott Delp, who is the inventor of one of the most widely used musculoskeletal simulations, OpenSim, very powerful, useful tool. And we're trying to add these kinds of AI-driven models of the nervous system to help predict how people will adapt to both these kinds of disturbances and these assistive devices. So, does that make sense?
What you have to be able to simulate is the brain and spinal cord. We aren't there yet.
Right, exactly.
This will help us get there.
It seems also that you are.
There's a microphone right there, yeah. All right.
It seems also that you are focusing on collecting the data, but can you also experiment on the model itself and see, maybe by making a trip and see how the system would behave?
Absolutely, and Karen, do you want to speak to that a little bit? Some of our synthesized data.
Yeah, so the data is just the first step. Once we get the data, our goal is to build a model, like you said, that could act like a human. So now you can have a different perturbation that this model has not, that's not part of the data, but we need to be able to predict what a person's actual response to that perturbation would be like. And that's the AI part, that's the machine learning part. We start with a small amount of the data, and then we're able to predict new situation, new physical events that's not part of the data set. And then from there, we can train this virtual exoskeleton. But eventually, we still had to test it in the real world because there will still be a lot of things that we would not, like Steve said, simulators might not consider. It only happens in the real world. So this is what we call a sync to real gap that needs to be addressed in the real world with a real person.
Hi, yeah, I'm interested about more of the machine learning models. So let's say, you get all the data you want and you build a nice digital twin. That's a simulation, so you can run it real time, you can run it slower. But I imagine once you're actually deploying fall prevention or detection models in these real exoskeletons, probably that's going to, those machine learning methods will have to be very efficient. So I was wondering, are we there yet in terms of them working on embedded systems and working real time, or is that also part of the challenge?
Sorry. That's definitely a part of the challenge. So you're asking the inferencing time, right? How fast can we inference the machine learning models? The hope is that the model doesn't need to be too large. If it is, we will distill it to a smaller part of it. And there will be a lot of real-time feedback as well. So the machine learning model would be part of it, but on top of that, we need another additional feedback control to make sure, there's a lot of safety rail guards needs to be implemented. As you know, the machine learning model is hard to have, provable guarantee. Oh, so you can just saw that there is a large perturbation that Jin-Soo just experienced and successfully recovered.
But your question also gets to a related important issue, which is for machine learning tools, we need a lot of training data. And that's really the big limiting factor in our domain. It's so expensive to get training data with these devices. There aren't a lot of exoskeletons out there. And these falling events are pretty rare. So that is a central challenge in our domain at the moment, is how do we build up enough data that we can learn models from it. And actually, one of the other efforts that has spun out of this project is one to make it a lot easier to collect biomechanics data by developing new tools for automatic processing of the kind of data that comes from these cameras and treadmills, so that and then to aggregate that into a big data set that has really consistent formatting, add biomechanics, and it's already in use by what, hundreds of other labs, or?
Yeah, there are hundreds of universities using that. So one of the ideas that we know there are a lot of data out there, but they are not shared. And one of the reasons is because those biomechanics data are not harmonized very well. So we, as part of this Hoffman-Yee project, we build this web-based tools to process the data, and we let people use the data for free in exchange for their consent to donate the data. And now from there, we actually collect a lot of really high quality biomechanics grade data for our project and also for public.
So I'm really curious about the experience of actually wearing this and having this happen to you. How do you build trust that it is going to be safe and it's going to be used for good?
That's a really good question. I mean, maybe Jin Su would be the right person to answer about how it feels, but if you can, but I think he's busy right now. So it's really important to build trust, and we've been working on exoskeletons like this for about 13 years now, and what we learned very early on is if the device behaves unexpectedly or malfunctions in any way, the person's trust drops way down, and it's almost impossible to gain it back. It takes a lot of additional exposure before a person will trust the device enough to cooperate with it to try to complete the task. In order for this device to help you, you need to let it help you. And so the standard for robustness is very high here. You have to have a device that's working 99.99% of the time. 99% is not nearly good enough in this domain. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. And that is a challenge for data-driven methods. If your classifier is 99.9% accurate, that's 1 out of 1,000 steps where the device might do something that is dangerous.
Yeah. So if I understand correctly, now it's just collecting data, right?
That's right.
So,
today we're collecting data.
Okay. So I'm wondering, in terms of once you're using it to assist people, how would those effects of the exoskeleton on the body be experienced by the wearer? Is it a small nudge, or would it? I mean, I guess like every kind of intervention is better than falling, but would you be conscious of it?
Right.
Is I guess what I'm asking.
And maybe actually, I'd love to hear Jin Su's response. Should we power down? Yeah. And of course, I've used lots of these devices, but Jin Su, you want to tell a little bit about the experience of using the exoskeleton?
Yeah. So yeah, definitely, yeah. Walking with the exoskeleton, it feels definitely different than just walking without it. And then while I'm getting some assistance in the normal walking, it makes me easier to walk with the less energetic effort to walk. And then for when it's actually perturbed, it's still like we are not at there yet. Like what kind of the assistance will be like good for to help the person's recovery. So yeah, it makes me like to getting better. Yeah, it's very helpful to getting the recovery from the perturbations. But I think we are still like developing the controllers to help the people. So I think and then so
yeah, great. Yeah.
I could say something about why people fall. Usually it's older people who fall, and you fall because of a perturbation, but also because you have diminished sensory capacity. You don't know where your body is in space or that it's been perturbed. Or you have diminished strength, diminished actuation capacity. Robots are really good at both these things, at sensing and actuating very rapidly. Our nervous systems are actually slow. It takes time for the sensory signal to come up in our spinal cord and then go back down. Robotic systems are much faster than our biological control systems. So sensory prosthetics with motor prosthetics is the way that we can reduce falls.
That's right. And you feel it. It's not a very gentle touch. It's a push, right? So when we first, and we've done lots and lots of experiments with other exoskeletons where we have gotten to that place where they give you a big benefit. Still with those devices, when you first put it on, it's weird. There's this like creature living on your leg, pushing you around. And it takes some time, takes maybe an hour or so of exposure to really be fully accommodated and then expert in taking advantage of what it's doing. After that, you notice it, but it feels very natural. And when you turn it off, that's when you really notice the big change. Like, oh, my legs feel really heavy. This kind of stinks, you know.
Yes, coming back a little bit on the engineering part of it, I'm just interested in understanding a little bit the structure you have chosen. Obviously, we know about humans, how they work, they have a brain, and I'm not even sure how it works, to be honest. But that being said, it seems that here there are a lot, we talked about inference time earlier, how it needs to be fast. Now, it seems that there could be a case here of actually several models working together or maybe independently that makes different decisions on different body parts. Or is it more like a central model that makes the decision for every body part? Can you talk about that?
It's a great question. So for the exoskeleton side of the system, we are treating it as a central control problem at the moment. So the exoskeleton is aware of everything that's happening within itself and making global decisions. But one of the challenges is that the human and the exoskeleton are separate agents, right? So the human isn't fully aware of everything that's happening in the exoskeleton and vice versa. And so there has to be some inference of what the other thing is going to do to be successful. And part of what's happening during learning to use one of these devices is you're developing a model in your mind of what this device is and what it does. And that's very important. And then what we're doing with our, very explicitly in our AI-driven development approach is learning a model of the person for the exoskeleton to use to figure out how to best assist the person in these circumstances.
I can keep on going. In terms of applications on users, we have talked about elderly apparently that may be using such an exoskeleton. Are there other applications that you can think about?
Sure, yeah.
The results of the survey that Michael Rader did suggested there were a couple areas where there was a big need. One is in pain reduction. So people with osteoarthritis, I think if I remember right, this was number one. Number two was fall prevention. So these are two massive public health areas with big populations that could adopt technology. There are other areas too, people with muscle weakness, for example, from neuromuscular diseases, or people with impaired control, like after a stroke. All of these could benefit from assistive devices like this.
Right. Yeah. And there's small populations that have severe disabilities where these kinds of devices, I think, could have a really big impact.
Yeah, I guess, in the future, if something like this were to be rolled out, the less invasive it is, the better for the comfort of the people wearing it. So I'm wondering what kind of the challenges are there in terms of shrinking it down, because obviously it's a mechanical system, so there are limitations.
That's a great question. So some of our, so this device never walks out of the lab, and it's built for versatility. So that explains a lot of the bulk and complexity. But we have, after using tools like this to figure out exactly what those product-like devices should do, we have built those devices that are slim and portable and operate outside the laboratory. And actually, recently, we had a study where people walked around campus, the Stanford campus, while they were using ankle exoskeletons, and those devices optimized assistance. In that project, we were trying to reduce energy costs. So we're confident that these, once we figure out what these devices should do, we can embed that functionality into slim, portable devices. And then if you get a company like a major retailer involved, then the aesthetics, I'm sure, will be, a major apparel company say, then I'm sure it'll look beautiful in addition to helping you walk.
Interesting. Just if I can get away one slight question. Do you know how many miles a day your grad students spend on this treadmill on average?
How many miles a day do you
Or what's your total time?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't even remember it. It's more than definitely maybe 100,000 hours.
Okay.
Not
Wait. You mean 1,000 hours, not 100? Yeah, 100 or 1,000. Yeah. So and we have in some of our previous experiments, we calculated exactly how much time, and the person who spent the most time wearing one of our other exoskeletons, they spent 400 hours in experiments with where we're actually collecting data. So it takes a lot of walking. We're at the forefront of this big change in technology, and we got to put in the sweat at this stage.
Steve,
yes,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. I think that's about all of the time we have, but that was excellent, so thank you.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, we are going to move into break, so feel free to get some snacks and drinks in the back, and then we'll start again at 10:15.
Okay, so this is the first presentation from this year's team, or this year's cohort. So again, we have 6 teams competing for funding for the next 2 years. So this is our first team who's kind of competing for that funding. And their title is EAE scores. They are looking at building a framework for explainable, actionable, and equitable health decisions. So this work will enable providers to close the loop between their knowledge and the AI inferences. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and it's awesome to be here with all the HAI folks. So today, our diverse team from the D School, Statistics, Computer Science, Management Science and Engineering, Health Policy, and the Stanford Pediatrics and the Stanford Lucile Packard Children's Hospital is going to talk about a new approach for improving diabetes outcomes and equity that can have a major impact. Today, about 422 million people worldwide suffer from diabetes. And beyond the disease itself, the impact of disability has a tremendous disease burden on these individuals. We have a really great opportunity to address diabetes because we know from various studies that intensive diabetes management can really improve outcomes. Today, what we're going to show you is that using our AI augmented care, it's going to be possible to bring intensive diabetes management to every patient with typical clinical resources. And this is possible because of new wearable technologies. These are continuous glucose monitors, insulin pumps, dialogues, activity monitors. And combining these technologies, clinicians can now monitor patients remotely from the office and understand how to better intervene in a patient's condition without them even having to show up in the office. To tell us more about diabetes and our study, I welcome David Maas from Pediatrics. David.
Thank you very much, Carlos. And so I think it's important just to set the stage that diabetes can be a debilitating condition. Over time, diabetes can cause damage in blood vessels and in the eyes, leading to blindness, and the nerves, it can lead to amputations. Kidneys can lead to dialysis and renal failure, and then cardiovascular system with heart attacks. There are about 1.5 million people in the US with type 1 diabetes. And a lot of the care that's developed in type 1 diabetes then translates to type 2 diabetes, which affects many millions of people. So the standard of care for diabetes we're showing on this slide, and you can see the targeted area for glucose in the middle there. And then what happens when we have quarterly visits that are added on after the initial several visits that we do after a person's been diagnosed, that in between those quarterly visits, there can be deterioration of glucose control. And historically, that wasn't necessarily detected unless a family was astute and called in. However, now we have remote sensing opportunities. For example, and Dr. Carla Halad, who will speak later, will hand out examples of continuous glucose monitors, insulin pumps, and also activity monitors. And with these, we're able to get data up into the cloud and be able to use them in between visits. So the green one being handed out, that's the one Nick Jonas wears. Hold that one up. If you've seen the commercials, there it is. The pump, those cost about $5,000 to $10,000, so please turn it back in. So what have we done with the 4T study, which we've had for over 5 years at Stanford? And the 4Ts are teamwork, technology, targets for tight control. And so what we are able to do is get CGM started in the first 2 weeks after diagnosis, get a pump class started, in the first 3 months so that people can get started on automated insulin delivery, which combines data from the CGM beam to the pump. There's an algorithm that helps control insulin dosing. Also, then we're able to get that data up into the cloud and into a dashboard, which I'll show you in a moment, to be able to personalize care at the times that families need it. So what does this look like? We've developed in collaboration with our engineering colleagues and our diabetes educators, a system that we call TIDE, or Timely Interventions for Diabetes Excellence. We're able to have key metrics that indicate when a family needs help in between visits. We can then reach out and contact that family and be able to help them so that we're able to deliver precision care at a population health basis. So we can then drill down from that dashboard and see more individualized patient-specific views. Our diabetes educators then are able to reach out with messages securely. One example might be you're in target range 55% of the time, let's increase your insulin by a couple of units, or there may be behavioral. That snack that you're having at night doesn't seem to be helping out. Let's cut that out and it would be healthier. So we've sent over 5,000 messages to patients in the past 5 years to help with this. So we really have an opportunity to improve care, both at the patient level, improve the process for the clinician, also the quality of life for families to give them the support they need, and society. As we'll show later, we've been able to do this in a sustainable, equitable way. We've had equal benefits for people, whether they're English speaking, Spanish speaking, whether they have public insurance or private insurance. So thank you for your attention. And Carlos, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, David. So we really want to help the outcomes of individuals. That's our biggest priority. But we also want to manage clinical resources. We want to do this in a way that's equitable and in a way that clinics around the country can deploy this technology. And that's what we're going to do in years 2 and 3. And we'll talk more about this today. So to do this, we need to make significant advances in AI. We've been focusing on how we prioritize clinical resources, how we highlight important issues of a particular patient to the clinicians, how we personalize interventions to that patient, how we estimate the causal treatment effects of these interventions, and even help craft these messages to have most impact for this particular individual. To tell us more about the outcomes of this study, I'm going to invite Priya Prahalad from Pediatrics. Priya.
Thank you, Carlos. I want to take a minute to really talk about how the patient is really the center of our work. Our goal is with our interventions to improve clinical outcomes and quality of life so our patients can spend more time being children and less time managing their diabetes. And the Washington Post did an article on this about a year ago talking about our program. So if you get a chance, please take a look at this. So just as a little bit of clinical background, the hemoglobin A1C is a clinical metric that's measured quarterly. It's a blood test, and that gives you an idea of what your glucose control has been over the last 3 months. A normal A1C is less than 5.7. Pre-diabetes is 5.7 to 6.4. And if you have diabetes, it's over 6.5%. For someone with diabetes, the goal is to have an A1C less than 7%, but many youth struggle with this. So this is the results of our study where we're comparing 3 different phases. Our historical group, which did not have this intervention, is the red line. So this was 2014 to 2016, and we had 272 people. The pilot study had about 135 people. It was 2018 to 2020. 1/3 did not receive our remote monitoring, 2/3 did. And 4T study 1 is our most recent phase with 133 individuals. And what we've seen is with each successive intervention, we've seen an improvement in our hemoglobin A1C outcomes. Just zooming this up. So between the historical and pilot phase, we saw a 0.5% reduction in A1C, which is huge. Something clinically significant, diabetes is over 0.3%. And then we saw an additional 0.6% with our study 1. And one of the things that's really important is that we've been having more and more of our patients reach their goals. So 64% of our patients in our most recent phase were able to reach our hemoglobin A1C metrics, which is huge in the diabetes world. And we were able to achieve this with a very diverse population. Most clinical studies usually recruit from higher socioeconomic individuals, but we were able to do this from a routine clinic population. So we had racial and ethnic diversity, as well as socioeconomic diversity. And one of the things we're most proud of is that we were able to see similar hemoglobin A1C improvements, irrespective of race ethnicity, or insurance status. So we've been able to show positive outcomes with a heterogeneous population. And our hemoglobin A1C average at 12 months of 6.58% is very comparable to the Scandinavian clinics, which are seen as the models of diabetes care, and they have the best outcomes in the world. And we were able to achieve this with over 37% of our patients being from minority backgrounds or over 35% being publicly insured. So what we really have here is an opportunity to scale this program and to improve the lives of children with diabetes across the world. Okay, back to Carlos.
Thanks, Priya. These results are amazing. We can bring the quality of outcomes that we see in small Scandinavian clinics nationwide. And the way we're going to do that with funding in years 2 and 3 is by continuing to work here at Stanford and use our clinic here as a test bed to improve our methods and our techniques. But what we'll talk about today is 3 key partnerships that are going to enable us to scale this nationwide with a diverse set of clinics reaching about 500,000 individuals in years 2 and 3. To do this, we have to continue to scale this healthcare practice using impactful AI. And the question I often ask myself is, what is impactful research in AI for health? We've seen a lot of hype about AI for health, much of it on benchmark data sets like Mimic, or maybe involved in small clinical studies. They're often limited to small populations and rarely look at the entire pipeline and workflow of what it means to deliver care. This is not how we approach this problem. The way we approach this problem is to engage directly with clinicians and patients, understand the entire workflow, including how insurance gets reimbursed, and bring that directly into everything we do with AI. So to achieve impactful AI, we have to engage with clinicians and patients. We have to consider physiological relevance, human experience, clinician workflows, everything, patient access, equity, and that's what we do. In everything we do, we start by gaining a deep understanding of the needs. To talk more about that approach, I'm going to invite Carissa Carter from the D School. Carissa.
Thank you. So as Carlos said, in order to scale this incredible clinical success that we've had using AI, we need a deep understanding of the human forces that actually make it work. So we crafted a design research study to help us understand the more hidden human decisions that actually enable the success we've seen here at Stanford. Some of the research questions that we investigated were, what are the nuances of clinician workflows? How do they make their decisions? Are there any inequities or biases in the healthcare system that clinicians make up for in some way? What makes a family caregiver take action on a care message they've received or not? And how do patients perceive time? And finally, how do patients even identify as people with diabetes? Do they embrace it? Do they try to make it invisible? And when we think about how we take this design research and apply it into the opportunity space of what's created, we're looking for opportunities both at the data and technology level, as well as the products that are created, the experiences that we have for our patients and caregivers, and the systems that envelop them. And so far to date, our research results have affected the AI, user interface design, and identified places for further research. Our year 1 process involved a lot of time spent with people, both shadowing clinicians with qualitative interviewing and actual paper prototyping sessions with them. We also had a partnership with an advanced design research class where we were looking for analogous insight from late teen and early young adult patients and their parents. And we spent time as a team doing some collective visioning. Out of many insights from year 1, some on the clinician side are really around getting to the nuances of what are the specific decisions that they are making and questions they're grappling with at different points in their process. We identified some places where, because of some inequities in the MyChart healthcare monitoring system, for Spanish-speaking families, clinicians are actually making their own accommodations for them. On the patient and family caregiver side, something interesting is there's oftentimes a lot of shame involved. When you are constantly monitored, that's fantastic. But if you're actually constantly getting a message that something's wrong, that you need to shift what you're eating, that you need to change your behavior, that you need to adjust your values in some way, that can lead to feelings of shame. And when that is given to a parent, right, that's a huge support burden on them. So overall, our design research work to date has helped inform the scaling of TIDE into the diabetes management platform TIDE Pool, which has a reach of 550,000 patients and clinicians to date. David Schenker is going to tell us more about TIDE Pool specifically in a second. But 3 specific ways the research has contributed right now. One is adding alarm data to the dashboard for clinicians, right? So this allows a clinician to look at a patient and be immediately up to speed without having a deep personal history with that patient, so they understand what their past care has been. The treatment effect informed creation of messages. So this is about personalization. It's informed the causal inference work that Emily and Ramesh are about to present, but what is the right type of message given to a specific patient at the right time? And then finally, it's identified new places for further research. One of those places is looking at non-compliers. So why would somebody choose not to engage at all? And then even the flip side, looking at positive deviance. So for some patients who are at high risk for low outcome, why do they actually have really high outcome? Overall, our work in looking at the nuances of what's made TIDE such a success at Stanford has helped us in looking at scaling for bringing this management platform beyond to TIDE Pool.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Krista.
Carlos.
All right, so we have seen that we can achieve Scandinavian levels of care here in a very diverse clinic. We've seen that a deep understanding of the clinicians and patients and families' needs can make a difference into what the roadmap of a system like this can look like. And from there, we've defined areas of research that can actually have impact in outcomes. Here are 3 example areas we're going to talk about today. How we personalize interventions, how we make the reviews of patients more prioritized and more data-driven, and how do we assess the causal treatment effects of our interventions? What is really making a difference? To tell us more about this AI work, I'm going to invite Emily Fox for statistics and computer science. Emily.
Carlos. Okay, so let's imagine that a clinician notices that some patient needs attention. They then have to decipher what's the root cause of the dysglycemia and what should be done about it. So a question is, can AI help guide the clinician's response? So we all know what we're going to do, right? We're going to extract signals from these devices, pass it to some fancy state-of-the-art sequence model, which is going to hand over to the clinician a personalized intervention recommendation. So imagine the clinician interfaces with this AI through a chat interface, and the system alerts that patient 3405 needs attention because of persistent hyperglycemia. The clinician then says, well, what will happen if we increase the basal insulin by 1.5 units? The AI then simulates this outcome, which we refer to as a counterfactual simulation, and says that the patient's glucose is going to rise. Well, understandably, the clinician is quite frustrated with this AI tool, right? Because glucose should have gone down. But surely this type of AI error is very rare, right? We all know that state-of-the-art sequence models are amazing. So what's going on here? Well, black box models make reasonable predictions on average, but if we look at the fraction of times these counterfactual simulations give correct advice, like glucose going down with increased insulin, that number is atrociously small. So what's happening? Well, having good predictions does not imply learning physiologically coherent models. So when we test out new inputs, these counterfactual simulations can be wildly off. And the result is giving bad clinical guidance. And what we see is this doesn't just sometimes happen, this happens the vast majority of time. Okay, so what we need to do is develop AI tools that clinicians can translate into action. We need our models to be causally valid and to integrate with clinical decision-making. We also need these tools to be personalized to the individual patient to capture the significant patient-to-patient heterogeneity that we see in glycemic response. Let's start by discussing how we develop an AI tool to produce an actionable set of interventions for a clinician to consider. Okay, so as we've seen, our black box models produce good predictions, but are causally incorrect. Well, on the other end of the spectrum, our expert-defined mechanistic models specified via a set of ordinary differential equations, or ODEs, and these models are, by construction, causally correct, but they're too brittle and restrictive to adequately describe real glucose dynamics. So as a result, even when we're forming just short-term forecasts or predictions, these models actually produce a 28% increase in RMSE over the black box approach. So instead, we propose developing hybrid models that leverage the inductive bias of this known mechanistic structure combined with the flexibility of neural networks. And this approach puts us within arm's reach of the black box predictive performance. However, the flexibility of these neural networks still can lead us to learn causally invalid models. So instead, what we're going to do, oh my gosh, sorry, apologies, and it got very excited. What is going on?
It's a great talk, great talk.
Okay, let me see if I can go faster this way. Don't look at anything. This here, the surprise is gone. Okay, ruin the punchline. Okay, so instead what we're going to do here is we're going to optimize a hybrid objective that combines predictive performance with causal validity. And this hybrid squared approach, both a hybrid model and this hybrid training objective, achieves the best of both worlds. It puts us nearly on par with the predictive performance of the black box approaches and nearly on par with the causal correctness of the mechanistic models. Okay, and this type of hybrid squared approach can then produce a prioritized list of interventions for a clinician to consider. So this causal validity is really critical to our AI systems, but we also want these systems to be personalized to the individual. And people have extremely varied responses to what they eat. And food is one of the main levers that clinicians turn to in diabetes management. So to better target our interventions, we want to capture this heterogeneity. And to this end, we're going to take our high-dimensional CGM, meal, and demographic features and embed them in a lower dimensional space. And so to learn these embeddings, we're going to turn to a variational autoencoder. But unfortunately, this standard approach learns a latent embedding space that's completely uninterpretable to the clinician. There's no notion of what these dimensions define. And to further illustrate the lack of physiological semantics in this embedding space, here in this study, we're considering a population of both pre and type individuals with both pre and type 2 diabetes. And we see that this embedding space doesn't capture any features that seem to distinguish between these two populations. So instead, we like our embedding space to be actionable and interpretable with dimensions that align with clinical reasoning. So for example, insulin sensitivity measures the sensitivity of cells to insulin and is a known clinical correlate with disease severity and type. But unfortunately, these types of quantities are extremely challenging to measure in the individual and require very intensive and invasive protocols. So to address this challenge, we're going to define a hybrid variational autoencoder, again, leveraging this mechanistic model, here using it to ground the decoder in this causal and interpretable structure. And the result is then automatically, these latent dimensions have semantic meaning. They define the parameters of this mechanistic ODE decoder, such as insulin sensitivity. And when we look across the dimensions of our learned embedding space, again, all with clinically meaningful interpretations to those dimensions, we see our embeddings have patterns that have been learned that distinguish between these populations in ways that align with known clinical findings of how these populations differ from one another. But again, the non-mechanistic variant has none of that interpretability, none of that robustness, and doesn't seem to distinguish these populations at all. The other benefit of our hybrid VAE approach is the fact that it can help us handle in the wild data challenges. Remember, we're looking at data that is deployed out there. And even in highly curated studies, there's a significant burden on requiring people to record what they eat. And this leads to incorrect, mistimed, omitted meal logs. So here, for example, we see an individual who recorded something they ate hours before they actually ate that food. And And if we pass that meal log directly to our mechanistic decoder, we get wildly incorrect decodings. But our hybrid VAE learns a meal correction that leads to much better explanations of observed glucose trajectories. Okay, so stepping back, we see that hybrid modeling gives AI inferences actionable semantics, and with careful training leads to causally correct and personalized counterfactual inferences of various interventions. And next, Ramesh Johari from Management Sciences and Engineering will tell us how we can take this personalized care and target it towards the patients that may most benefit, and how do we assess the causal impact of any potential intervention given.
Thank you, Emily. As Emily brought up, there's a whole range of AI innovations here. And one of the most important things when you take AI to the real world is, how do you know it works? To make that concrete, let's go back to this clinician again. Let's imagine they recommend to a patient, reduce snacks in the evening. Does that work? How do you know? So what do? They do the obvious thing that clinicians do. With CGM data, they're just gonna look at what happens week to week. This is a heat map where closer to blue means that their time in range, in the correct target range, is higher during the week. You look at this time series, that message came around week 28. Doesn't seem like it did anything. The problem here is that we're not looking at a localized enough time window. It turns out that if you actually localize the time window, looking at time in range right around dinner, now you can pretty clearly see time in range was cratering before week 28. Message went out, and it actually had a very strong effect. Now, you might think this is an easy problem to solve just visually, but we're trying to do this at scale. We're trying to do this with many patients, and we're often trying to do it with messages where evening isn't encoded as clearly. What we're looking for is an automated procedure that provides this kind of causal inference. Which time windows is the effect in, and what are the effects in those windows? This is one of the major things that we contributed during the last year of work. A second type of personalized care, a major challenge in causal inference, is getting from short-term to long-term. We have CGM data. Priya's told you about long-term A1C. What we're looking for is patients sustain this target range. Does that actually have positive outcomes over the long term? What is the causal effect of these targets that we ask them to stay within? So an ongoing clinical debate right now is whether we should aim for the current standard, which is 70% of your time between 70 and 180 mg/dL, or change that to a tighter target, 70 to 140, but then relax the percentage of time to 50%. Now, you don't need to know anything about diabetes to recognize the answer to that is totally non-obvious. And we're really lucky in our setting to have the data context and the tools to be able to answer this type of question. This is ongoing work in our clinic setting right now. Finally, I want to wrap up by telling you a little bit about how we get from the individual patient provider level up to a clinic. Here, what we're doing is we're now asking which patients need various types of interventions. Most importantly, which of our limited resources can provide those interventions? That's the central constraint. We don't have infinite resources to care for every patient. This brings us squarely into the realm of policy evaluation and optimization. Those of you familiar with reinforcement learning, probably come across these terms before. As a simple example of this, one thing that I think is important to understand, you've heard this many times, is there's a huge level of heterogeneity, not only in the patients themselves, but how they respond to treatment and how they respond to intervention. So as a simple example here, let's imagine for a single patient, what is the difference between the change in time and range when they do receive a message and when they don't? Okay, so it's the delta of a delta. Well, we actually found two types of patients, which when I tell you isn't going to sound that surprising. There's high responders who actually have a very positive response to a message from a clinician. And for some of the reasons Carissa brought up, there's also low responders who really don't respond that well when a message is sent out. Well, that has a big implication. Who should we be targeting? One of the great things about our setting is we effectively have a multiverse of policy evaluation. We can take the same data generated from one policy and take advantage of inherent and explicit randomness to simulate many policies where we change and alter exactly how this targeting happens. As a consequence of this, one interesting thing that we found is that in evaluating policies that progressively become smarter, ranging from random targeting to clinical rules-based targeting up to smart targeting, the number of patients we need to detect a significant benefit actually drops considerably, right? There's still implications here where you need multimodal care to achieve equity of outcomes. And that's something that certainly is an important aspect of our ongoing work. Okay. Finally, I want to wrap up, hand it back to Carlos. What I'd like to just tell you is these foundations, AI on the one hand, and validation and causal inference on the other, are what we need to get personalized care, resource-aware decision support for clinics, and AI-enabled technology support for patients taking advantage of LLMs to get to scalable and cost-effective intensive diabetes management. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh. With these amazing results in year one, we're ready for year 2 and 3 goal, which is to scale this nationwide. And we've made 3 key partnerships that are going to make this possible. The first one is clinic-based, starting from Children's Mercy Hospital in Kansas City, scaling nationwide. And the second one is direct to patients and clinicians with the tide pool system. To tell us more about these partnerships, I'm going to welcome David Shankar from the Stanford Lucile Packard Children's Hospital. David.
Thank you. So it's an incredible opportunity. Broad adoption of new care models of healthcare takes an average of 17 years. And the challenges in healthcare more generally are seen in diabetes. You have different populations, different electronic medical records, different processes at thousands of diabetes clinics, and the primary care providers that provide diabetes care when no pediatric endocrinologist is available. The keys, although there's no guaranteed solution, are to improve outcomes, which this kind of modeling is going to facilitate, and save time for care providers, without which adoption is impossible. And the change management part of it is we'll talk a little bit now. So our first partnership is with Children's Mercy. It's a 14-site network that serves over 2,500 youth with type 1 diabetes from an incredibly diverse set of populations that are urban and rural, and diverse in ways that complement our population here. We've already successfully partnered with them, and they've deployed Tide. Their care providers have been using it and going through formal rounds of feedback on how it fits their workflows and their populations. This is helping us learn a change management game plan, which we can then use to approach the T1D exchange, where there are 55 centers serving over 80,000 youth with type 1 diabetes. The parallel approach is to go directly to patients and providers with Tidepool. This is the most trusted nonprofit. You may have heard of them. They're the first FDA-approved mobile app for automated insulin dosing, and they serve over 60,000 youth with diabetes. It's incredibly exciting to say that after months of intensive collaboration by our design team, engineers, and care providers with the counterparts at Tidepool, Tide is live in Tidepool. The names are serendipitous. My group is called SURF, so we name things. But yeah, so there's a button. If you can see the Stanford Tide dashboard, that's going to be a turnkey option at the 12,000 active monthly clinics using Tidepool. It's also going to empower our AI to gather data from the 80+ devices they have integrated into their platform. They're going to allow us to implement pseudo-randomization, so we can run clinical trials not on 300+ patients, but 3,000+ patients, to understand, again, the heterogeneous treatment effects, what works for whom, what doesn't work for whom, and what needs to be adapted, as well as other usability features that a professional deployment can help us have. And finally, we are not naive, as Carlos mentioned. We've actually done formal financial modeling that for T as needed care, because it takes so much less time when the AI helps you identify who needs care and what they might need. It's actually about 10x less cost than the current reimbursement. So we think it's going to be reasonable for clinics to see this as a financial windfall rather than a burden. Carlos, back to you.
Thank you very much, David. We think about the costs of healthcare. We think about reimbursement. We think about a tool like this, the user experience, the AI algorithms, because we care about the patient and the clinician. We care here about Duania Porsche, who was diagnosed at age 10 and struggled with symptoms of fatigue, weight loss, and hunger. And Janine, next to him, is one of our pediatric nurses that works with the kids using the tools that we've developed. There have been plenty of overhyped or hyped promising health AI projects. And it's very well known that many of these don't go beyond the lab. And that's really a shame. And I think our opportunity here is really unique. We have a team together that works closely. We meet every week. We collaborate. We share students. We share postdocs. We share data. We have a validated system that uses AI to assist diabetes management. We have the partnerships in place to scale this nationwide. We have a roadmap of AI that's going to make this possible and cost-effective. And together, we can bring the kind of glucose management we only see in small Scandinavian clinics to diverse set of clinics nationwide. It is well known that intensive diabetes management improves outcomes. And with AI augmentation, we can bring this to every patient with typical clinical resources. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move to questions. We have a little bit of time for questions. And I'm going to take the first one from our online audience as our team gets situated.
I need exercise.
Right. So our first question from the online audience is, what are the risks of behavioral monitoring features? Curious about the steps for improving these trials. Thank you. Curious about the steps for improving these trials by institutional review board. What are the steps you are taking to protect patient, PHI, et cetera, along AI?
Yeah, we take the patient's privacy extremely seriously, and every step has been taken. David will tell us more about that.
Yeah, and also along the behavioral component, we've got 3 diabetes psychologists who work on the team. There are patient-reported outcomes that are given 4 times in the first year. And also we did focus groups and have published papers on that to get feedback from families, both to how do we make the program better, but also to show that this is something you can do starting CGM early. So.
All right, are there any audience questions? We'll go to right there.
Hi, great work. I'm curious how you're measuring causal correctness in the observational data.
Yeah, so it's a great question, and it's so what we're doing in this study is for the training objective, we're considering, again, bringing in clinical inductive bias where there are known causal relationships, such as increasing insulin will decrease glucose and things like this. So we define a set of known causal relationships that are embedded in our objective function. But of course, that's not capturing every relationship out there, but it's pushing these models into a part of the space that's capturing, there's lots of ways to explain these observational data. And so that's what's guiding things into that causal correctness. Is there anything else you wanted to add there?
Yeah, and maybe one concrete thing I'll say is, Emily showed you the example where insulin, if you tell a black box model, I gave this patient insulin, you can have 2 trajectories, one without insulin, one with a little extra dose. And the black box model might predict that glucose should actually go up, right? So there, what you're seeing is that on the input, there's a predicted output that clearly violates everything we know about causality in terms of how the human body works. That's kind of what Emily is reporting on when she shows you causal correctness in that bar graph. And that's exactly the thing that both the model and the objective changing to reflect. It's actually amazing how much it can correct that while not losing a lot on predictive performance against observed traces.
If you can wait for the microphone so that thank you.
It's great that you're detecting the time of meal. That's really, really important in terms of building an accurate model. Are you distinguishing between what the person's actually eating, or are you still doing the sort of carb insulin analysis, or do you care if that carb came in the form of an apple versus a donut?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, so even with going over time, I still couldn't include that in level of detail, but we're absolutely taking macronutrient content into account. And we have a separate paper that I didn't go over that's very focused on the impact of macronutrients. And so short answer is yes.
One more question. Go here.
Response to standard meals. Does that hold in your type 1 diabetic patients? And can you exploit that to make more patient-specific models?
Yeah, I think there is some consistency, but also a lot of heterogeneity in the response. And so how do you get a hold of that? And it can depend on, did you exercise before? There's so many different variables that go in. So you can do pretty well, but this is where the automated insulin delivery systems can come in and give you a little bit of a buffer, because they'll make corrections based on that every 5-minute continuous glucose response. At night, those systems do beautifully because they're not affected by exercise, by food. And so it goes really well at night. During the day, it is so much better than in the past, but we still have a lot of work to do to make those algorithms that are driving insulin delivery work even better. And so those additional inputs are the next 10 years, 20 years of research.
All right, let's give a final round of applause for this team. Thank you. Okay, so our next team is titled Foundation Models, Integrating Technical Advances, Social Responsibility, and Applications. This team is our largest Hoffman-Yee team and investigating 3 pillars. First is the core technical advances of these foundation models, social responsibility and the potential risks of the models, and appropriate applications of the models. Let's give them a warm welcome.
All right, let's get started. Thank you to the organizers for having me, to the Hoffman-Yee program, and everyone for coming. I want to start us off with a little limerick. Foundation models, let's wisely inspect through a social technical lens we reflect. With AI's great stride and this tech-filled ride for responsible progress, we must connect. So we live in this world where it's utterly unremarkable that I, as a non-aspiring poet, can just crank out a limerick given a prompt instantaneously. We also live in this funny world where companies are throwing tens, if not millions, tens or if not hundreds of millions of dollars. How many zeros are there? I don't know. Training a single foundation model. And these models have gone mainstream. So ChatGPT reached 100 million users 2 months after launch. This is 20 times faster than Instagram. And Congress has noticed, there's lawmakers in both the EU and the US and the UK trying to grapple with the social consequences of this technology and figuring out how to regulate them. So against this backdrop, which is a bit surreal, what should academia or Stanford's role be? This is a question that we've pondered long and hard. So let's rewind. 2 years ago, we founded the Center for Research on Foundation Models with the understanding or the belief that there is a seismic shift on the horizon. And in the spirit of HAI, we got together the brightest minds across the university from across law, economics, philosophy, education, healthcare to come together. And together we discussed, we debated, and we wrote a very long paper called The Opportunities and Risks of Foundation Models, including over 100 authors. And we coined the term foundation models because we felt like this was going to be such an important big deal. So a year ago, we formed a subset of us, 14 PIs, formed the Hoffman-Yee team to carry a lot of this research forward, although we continue to collaborate with all of the students and postdocs and other faculty members at the center. And now let's go back to this question: what should academia's role be in this new world? There's 3 things I want to mention. First, that we have domain experts, people from law and medicine and robotics who really understand their domain and understand what it takes to deliver value to people in these respective areas. We also have unique data sets, for example, at the Stanford Hospital. Second, we have deep background in the fundamentals. We've been around for a while, and we've seen a lot of the technical advances, and we are poised to make these fundamental changes beyond just scaling up models. And third, and this is where I should channel Rod Reach, who can't make it today because he's on sabbatical, is that as an academic institution, we occupy a very unique position where we are a non-commercial entity serving the public good, and can survey the landscape through an objective lens. So I want to talk through each of these three pillars, but bear in mind that all of these three things are really tightly interconnected. So let's start with applications, because that helps us orient what we want to achieve in the first place. So there's been a lot of flashy demos that you've seen online, but there's a big gap between having a flashy demo and actually a production grade system that you dare deploy in a critical setting such as healthcare or a household. And this is the familiar last mile problem. We have to resolve the trust and reliability issues, the privacy issues, figure out how to deal with messy, incomplete multimodal data. And here we really need the domain experts to guide the technology in order to realize the vision of foundation models. So I'm going to now turn it over to Dan Ho from the law school, who's going to talk through some of the opportunities and challenges in the legal domain.
Thanks so much. It's such a delight to be part of this amazing team and to think about the future of foundation models as they move to different domains. I'm going to talk about the law, where the motivation for this work is that, in the words of President Carter, we are over-lawyered and underrepresented. We have $1.3 million lawyers, $360 billion of revenues for legal services, but the best data on this suggests that 86% of low-income individuals are underserved by the legal profession in the American context. And the fundamental question that foundation models pose to the law is whether they're going to exacerbate these access to justice issues, or whether we're going to find ways in which institutes like Stanford HAI and CRFM can be involved to actually level those barriers to justice. There's some really profound technical challenges that have to be solved along the way. The average Supreme Court opinion is far longer than any of the context windows that you can really kind of train on. Legal reasoning is quite distinct in terms of its modality, in terms of analogical reasoning. There are really unique demands for having trust and reliability when lawyers start to use foundation models. Look no further than the one lawyer who was reported in the New York Times as the ChatGPT lawyer for filing a brief in a New York court that cited and made up about a half dozen cases, and he was sanctioned as a result. But what's really challenging about this as well is that actually evaluating these kinds of models is particularly difficult because high fidelity kind of evaluation really requires, in a sense, members of the legal profession to be engaged. So what we've done to kind of move the ball forward here with a kind of team, we've got a team that has involved a fairly large number of individuals. We meet on a weekly basis in the legal NLP kind of team. I'll just highlight two of these contributions. One has been really to think about how many of the challenges of foundation models stem from the fact that conventional data that is hoovered off of the internet can be biased, obscene, copyrighted, have confidential forms of information. And so we created an open source legal data set, drawing on a wide range of different public legal materials. And then what we showed in a paper is that what's really unique about legal data is that we have had a series of democratic institutions, administrative agencies, courts, who've over the course of decades actually thought about how to do responsible data filtering. And we show in this paper how you can actually learn from this legal data set what courts developed in the sets of rules that they've developed, for instance, for pseudonymity or toxicity filtering in this kind of data. The second example I'll give is in the legal bench work, we've really been trying to think about how to assess the capacity of foundation models to engage in legal reasoning, which is, we spend several years in law school really teaching our students how to do this. And I think what was amazing about this project is it really grew into a community of over 40 folks from across different parts of the legal sector really contributing to a wide range of tasks that really go far beyond sort of what you may have seen in headlines is the bar exam task. Legal practice is a heck of a lot more than being able to answer a multiple choice question on a kind of a bar exam task. And what this showed through the kind of evaluation is that actually open source models can really be competitive with some of the kind of state-of-the-art, more closed models in solving the pretty wide range of legal tasks that exist. Where we're going on the law side is really to start to explore what can you do when you have access to improved data that actually is used really explicitly to teach lawyers who are working on planning on incorporating scan books from the Stanford Law Library, combining this through the really amazing technical infrastructure that this team has built, and then solving some of these challenges of long legal texts and really trying to think about what the future should be here of the use of foundation models to train them explicitly for verifiable reasoning capabilities to guard against the kinds of challenges you've seen with the Chat GPT lawyer, and then to actually evaluate this in ways that actually augment the capacity of lawyers to actually serve their clients effectively. With that, I will turn it over for the healthcare application. Okay.
Thanks, Dan. One of the applications that we're particularly excited about is domains within healthcare. Healthcare is something that touches all of us, either personally or through our loved ones. And within the US itself, there's around 15 million healthcare professionals, and healthcare comprises around a fifth of the national GDP. I think foundation models here can have a really high potential to be able to improve how we perform healthcare. Can we increase access to patients who currently don't have access to it? Can we lower costs for patients? Can we improve patient outcomes? I think there's a lot of potential benefit that foundation models can have. But before we get there, there's multiple technical hurdles that we face. First and foremost is the fact that healthcare data can come in many forms. We can have high dimensional images. We can have time series data. We can have language data. We can have large omics data sets. Really building a foundation model that can encompass all this heterogeneous data into one cohesive model still remains a challenge. Secondly, we need to be able to do this in a privacy-preserving manner. Healthcare data, for the most part, exists in silos across different institutions. So coming up with techniques in which we can build and train some of these foundation models with these siloed data sets will be a very compelling research direction in the future. Moreover, once we build these foundation models, we really need to be able to engender trust in the decisions that these foundation models will be providing. Because at the end of the day, healthcare outcomes depend on this, and this is a high-stakes arena. And the only way we can really do this is by working with expert clinicians who will be using these models day in and day out. And one of the challenges that we face in this particular realm is to be able to curate high-quality data, either for instruction tuning or for evaluation of these models, requires expert physician time. But given the fact that most physicians are overburdened as it is, this remains a challenge as how we proceed. So towards this goal, some of the efforts that we've undertaken over the last year, and there is some work that we're featuring from Chris's team as well as Percy's team, we're able to build a 3 billion parameter language model that we called Biomed LM. This was trained on a large corpora of PubMed articles. These are scientific articles that represent most of the biomedical literature. And with this particular language model, we're able to set the benchmark on the US medical licensing examination results. This was unfortunately overcome by a larger model that came out soon after that, MedPalm, but that model was substantially larger. Yet, the Biomed LM still remains a really nice open source alternative and is one of the first few models that most biomedical researchers turn to when it comes to open source healthcare language models. In addition to this, some work from my group actually was able to take some large-scale foundation models such as Stable Diffusion and be able to adapt them to radiology domains. Specifically, we're able to take text that comes from radiology reports and use that text to be able to synthesize realistic-looking clinical images. We're using models like this extensively as tools for data augmentation to solve downstream clinical tasks of interest. And more recently, we're using this as an educational tool also. So this is where we're at. But we're really excited to see where we can go with this in the future, especially thanks to the unique environment that we find ourselves in. we have a lot of technical expertise within this assembled team. And at a place like Stanford Hospital, we have access to a lot of data where we can actually train some foundation models that can actually be useful for clinical tasks. One of the models that we're working on right now is building a language model that can ingest all clinical notes as well as structured data that exists within the medical record. So instead of using something like PubMed articles, which acts as a proxy for clinical notes data, why not just train on all the corpora of clinical notes that we have at Stanford? And we're combining this with very high quality evaluation benchmarks that we're publicly releasing that has insights from multiple different clinicians across a variety of disciplines. In addition to this, we're also planning on building a foundation model on radiology data. We recently have approval to train a foundation model on every single image acquired at Stanford Hospital. This equates to roughly 1 petabyte of medical images. And we're really excited to see what sort of tools and tasks we can enable that are not currently possible. And we've come up with a list of multiple different benchmarking studies that we want to be able to run, both in order to build discriminative as well as generative models for imaging data, as well as text data. So I think there's a lot of really compelling applications, and I feel like there's a lot of potential to improve patient outcomes with some of this work in healthcare foundation models. But next, I'll turn it over to Chelsea, who will be talking a bit more about robotics.
Like the legal domain and the healthcare domain, there's a really enormous potential for the paradigm of foundation models to enable robots to operate in real world and unstructured environments in a really wide range of applications, such as household aid, helping older people, manufacturing, logistics, construction, and so forth. And moreover, beyond these real world applications, arguably physical embodiment is a really core aspect of intelligence, including human intelligence. And it's possible that bringing foundation models to robotics might actually advance not just robotics, but also the grounding of other AI systems. But that said, there's a lot of challenges that arise when actually trying to bring foundation models to robotics. The first is that there simply doesn't exist data of how robots should move their fingers and arms and what forces they should apply laying around on the internet. And so we need to actually think about how to actually collect that data and how to get that data for bringing the paradigm of foundation models to robotics. There's also the challenges of dealing with real hardware and actually robots having to take multiple decisions over time and deal with the consequences of their actions. And then finally, reliability and safety, where we need to consider the possible harms that a robot can cause to itself and to its environment when it's operating in the physical world. So far, we've started to build an initial foundation model for robotics. Because we don't have a ton of robot data, we started to use videos of humans to train this model. This was in collaboration with Dorsa Sadiq and Percy Liang. And to really try to capture the low-level spatial features and the higher-level semantics that are both required for robotics problems, we trained a model that actually specifically incorporates those aspects into its objective to learn a visual and linguistic representation of the robot's environment. Now, this work was a best paper finalist at RSS this year, but more importantly, is actually a model that people have been downloading and using for their own robotics use cases. Now, I mentioned data being really important. Beyond starting to develop foundation models trained on human videos, we've also started to collect a really diverse data set of robot interactions. Now, to get the diversity we want, we didn't want to just collect data at Stanford and Palo Alto and in this area. This is a collaboration led by myself, Dorsa Sadiq, and Jeanette Bogue, but we actually brought together people from the entire robotics community, specifically 70 people from 18 different organizations, to try to collect data in real household environments across the world. So far, we've already collected 30,000 demonstration trajectories. We're aiming to hit more than 100,000 demonstration trajectories, and these trajectories capture a wide range of tasks and a wide range of environments. Now, looking forward, we're really excited about continuing to scale data collection, not just in terms of teleoperated demonstrations, but also autonomous data collection with an emphasis on diversity, and then also start to think about training foundation models for robotics applications, which involves trying to figure out what objectives will best capture the visual control and language aspects of robotics, as well as figuring out how to adapt foundation models to specific downstream robotics tasks through things like reinforcement learning and imitation learning. And then finally, in robotics, we often don't have standardized benchmarks that are used across institutions because everyone has their own robot platform and their own setup. And so we'd like to also improve and standardize evaluation to make it more streamlined to develop and evaluate foundation models in the future. Now let's go back to Percy.
Right. Thanks, Chelsea, Akshay, and Dan. So as you can see, there's huge potential in these applications, but also immense technical challenges. So next, I want to talk about some of the technical work that we've been doing over the last year. So here's the typical components of training a foundation model. There's data, model architecture, optimization, and alignment. And the current status quo is you collect data sort of ad hoc and in a manual way. Transformers are the dominant model architecture. Atom is the go-to optimizer. RLHF is alignment. And we ask ourselves, can we do better? And I want to show that we have made a tremendous amount of progress. We developed a new suite of techniques that improves performance and simplicity across the board. So I want to talk through each of these. So data is super, super important, as everyone who's been, especially a practitioner, knows. And yet, the current state of the art and how to curate data is very heuristic. As an example, here is the pile, a large collection of data, and it includes archive papers, GitHub code, Common Crawl, PubMed, and people just manually set the weightings. And we ask, there has to be a better way to do this. So in this particular work with Tenuma, but building off of work that we did with Tatsu Hashimoto, we developed a new way called Do-Re-Mi, which uses distributionally robust optimization, DRO, to optimize these domain weights in an automatic fashion. And the results were extremely promising. We were able to train 8 billion language models 2.6 times faster than using just the standard method. And if you think about 2.6 times faster, if training costs $100 million, well, that's a lot of savings. Second, model architecture. So transformers have become for the last 6 years, the dominant architecture. Is there something better out there? And we think the answer is yes. And if you look at what's happening, there's a huge demand for long context. If you think about DNA sequences, audio, video, long legal contracts like Dan was talking about, we need more context than what a transformer can typically fit. And despite the best kind of engineering work that people have done so far, fundamentally transformer scales quadratically with the context length, and asymptotically this is just a no-go for long context. So we scrapped it. We said, forget the transformer, let's build something new. So this is work out of Chris Ray's lab, and he went back to the control theory literature in the 70s, picked up space models, which is an idea from control for how to model a long time series, and adapted it. It generalized long convolutions. And in short, we were able to get a method that was able to capture long-range dependencies, which is what you want out of a transformer. But due to the beauty of the fast Fourier transform, you can do it in n log n time. And this has profound consequences. If you take a sequence length of 50,000 tokens, it's 100 times faster than a vanilla transformer. Third, optimization. So Atom has been the go-to optimizer since 2014, which is prehistoric times in AI, in the era of AI. But it only uses first-order information, meaning it only looks at gradients. So of course, second-order optimization has been around since Newton, but it's always been very challenging to scale up due to high dimensionality and the non-convexity of loss landscape. So in this work with Tenyu, we figured out a way to make a diagonal approximation of Hessian, do some tricks to stabilize the estimates, do some clipping, and the end result is an optimizer that is twice as fast as Atom. Again, 2 times, think about, if you like thinking about money, it's a lot of savings. So fourth, alignment is an important step after you pre-train a model to make it do better instruction following, enforce safety controls, and so on. So RLHF is the go-to method, which is rather complex. You have to fit a reward model, you have to generate completions from the language model, and then you have to tune all these hyperparameters because it's reinforcement learning and it never works the first time. But by exploiting a connection between reward models and policies, Chris and Chelsea and collaborators were able to devise a much simpler algorithm called direct reference optimization, which is as simple as doing supervised learning. And so there's no reward model, no sampling completions, no hyperparam tuning, and it performs at least as well as RLHF. So I wouldn't be surprised as it becomes the dominant way that we do alignment in the future. So in conclusion, we have the status quo and we improved across the board. Now, I want to highlight another set of work that intersects technical advances and legal and policy and social implications. So first is copyright. This is a big deal, and there's ongoing litigation and debate about what is fair use. Is training foundation models fair use? And we wrote a paper here, bringing in intellectual property expert Mark Lemley from the law school, and noticing that it really, in studying the case law and its implications on current foundation models, and looking also at the technical mitigation strategies like data filtering and so on, and trying to understand what is the status. And the answer is too complex to explain right now, but it is an ongoing debate. So privacy is a top-level social concern, especially when we're dealing with healthcare data, as Akshay mentioned. We developed, along with Tatsu, the first scalable differential private method that scales up to large language models, which requires dealing with high dimensionality. And watermarking is a tool that can be used to detect bot-generated text, which now has a lot of policy ramifications. There was a voluntary commitments made by a bunch of AI companies at the White House saying they're going to watermark their text. And it turns out watermarking text is actually very difficult. So, but we've made progress on this. We developed the first distortion-free watermark, which preserves the capabilities of the model and yet has a very statistically powerful detection scheme. So I just want to highlight this set of work because beyond just improving the raw capabilities of the model, I think there's ample opportunities where technical expertise can actually inform policy because policy has to be grounded by what is technically feasible, and this is a moving target. So now I want to focus more exclusively on social responsibility. And first question is, what is going on in the world of foundation modeling? No one knows. This is actually from March, so this is not even accurate. And so the bare minimum you can hope for is, can we please evaluate things properly? So we developed HELM, Holistic Evaluation on Language Models. In contrast to previous benchmarks, which look at single metrics, such as usually accuracy, we looked across the board at different metrics. Accuracy, calibration, which measures do language models know what they don't know, robustness, fairness, bias, toxicity, efficiency. In addition to capturing all of these, we promoted all of these metrics to first-class citizens, and we evaluate them on every single data set and scenario. Second, we looked at 30 different models across 12 different organizations. And we were, surprised, well, I don't know, a little bit surprised that, or disappointed at the level of evaluation. Many models that were already in production had not really been evaluated at all. And furthermore, the best evaluated models were evaluated on different data sets, making comparison difficult. So in HELM, we try to complete the matrix as much as we can, providing the first comprehensive and standardized evaluation of language models. We also have been working on evaluating not just language models in isolation, but how they collaborate with humans. And we also have extensions to text-to-image models. But it's not sufficient just to look at models in isolation. We have to remember that they occupy a point in a larger ecosystem where there's data sets and people creating that data and products downstream that depend on these models and deploy to users. And we had a project called Ecosystem Graphs that tries to characterize the supply chain, which is a much more complex object, and been working with UK's Competition and Markets Authority, which have been interested in adopting this framework. So given this broader outlook, we thought, well, okay, we were evaluating models before, but why not evaluate organizations on their best practices? So we looked at organizations on data, their mitigation strategies, their documentation, and here's a preliminary scorecard on how well organizations are doing. And we hope that just like evaluating models promotes best practices and models to get better, we hope that by doing this, organizations will improve their practices. And again, this is an example of work that can only be done at a place like Stanford. You can't do this at a one of these companies, for example. More generally, the policy world has just ignited due to the foundation models, and we regularly get inquiries about help us understand what's going on. And I think we are very well positioned to help the policy world in this, between Helm, ecosystem graphs, and our transparency work, together with HAI's amazing policy team with Russell, Daniel. A lot of this work is led by PhD candidate Rishi. We've been talking to a number of agencies in the UK, in the EU, and in the US to inform people of the facts and shape policy conversations. So I want to just wrap up here. We've been really busy over the last year, and a lot of this is really made possible by HAI and the Hoffman-Yee because it's really brought us together. We've looked at applications, including robotics, law, and medicine. And really, this is a tight collaboration between the domain experts and the technical people where we're trying to jointly figure out what kind of foundation model is useful to build and what can we actually do. And now that we have a lot of the groundwork infrastructure laid, we're really excited to build the next generation foundation models and with an eye towards actual practical deployment. On the technical advances, we made a tremendous amount of progress. I think there's a thought that, scale is all you need or attention all you need. We showed definitively that this is not true. There's so much more that one can do to advance these techniques and with an eye towards issues of copyright, privacy, watermarking, and so on. And finally, we are very excited to keep on pushing our work in evaluation, on transparency, because I think this has profound implications on the policy world. And this work is extremely urgent since, for example, the EUA Act is going to get passed at the end of this year. And we're frantically working with people to try to understand, help them understand, and also us understand what is going on in this incredibly complicated landscape. So we're excited about the next year forward. I think we have a lot of work ahead of us, but we are optimistic that we can make and shape foundation models to be more socially responsible. Thank you. Anyone on the team?
Yeah,
I think there's
anyone
a
on
few
the
other
team can
team
come up.
members around.
Or if you know an answer to a question, feel free to jump up and answer. All right, so we'll do a first question from online. Open source foundation models can democratize AI at the same time they pose severe risks to society when their guardrails are stripped down, used for nefarious reasons. What steps are you taking to walk this fine line?
I can start, and I'm sure Dan has a lot of comments. I think open source has a lot of clear benefits for transparency and democratization access. But of course, open source model can be just used for malicious purposes. So one has to understand the question of, what are the risks and what are these trade-offs. I think there's a lot to say here. Maybe I can let Dan speak to some of the actual risks, but maybe one thing I'll say is that there's actually a lot of technical work that one can do to improve the safety of these models. We've been looking at watermarking, but on open source models. We've also and this is work by Chelsea and Chris Manning have been work on this idea of self-destructing models, where you have a model that is open source and yet malicious actors find it a little bit more challenging to fine-tune in a way that serves these malicious ends. So I don't know if you want.
It's obviously just a profound question that everyone is grappling with. One way to diagnose what's currently going on is that in January of this year, Capitol Hill had its ChatGPT moment. And there are just tons of efforts to try to throw things at the wall. Some would say throwing spaghetti against the wall. And part of the real mission of this team and the extensive policy engagement has been to actually inform that debate in a way that really makes for implementable forms of policy. So let me just give you three quick remarks on that. I think the performance evaluation side that Percy mentioned is absolutely central to all of this. Unless we have a way of really benchmarking across all this, a lot of the kind of sort of regulatory standards or voluntary commitments to try to do red teaming are going to be just paper requirements that don't mean much. The second is I think a lot of this engagement is really also about showing which policy proposals are actually technically feasible given the science of foundation models. So Percy talked about the fact that watermarking that was so much featured in the voluntary commitments by the group of 7 in the White House, can be so easily evaded. What do we do with threshold-based requirements that are being proposed to try to provide to have the government actually license models above GPT-4 capacity? How feasible is that when the thresholding is based on flops or the number of parameters in the model and the actual risks that people are talking about, for instance, of bioweapons? The one published paper that's out there actually is the Nature Machine Intelligence paper. That's a much lower parameter LSTM type model. The last thing I'll just say on this is I think we're seeing these really radically divergent approaches where the EU AI Act, in a sense, exhibits a commitment to transparency around foundation models. And some of the legislative reaction on the US side has actually been really to push towards closing these systems, where the kind of fundamental claim is if it's a smaller number of actors that get licenses, we'll be able to control the downstream risks more. I think that's a really fundamental question posed by all of this, where I think technically informing that as to what's actually feasible and what would work for this ecosystem, I think is just absolutely critical.
We'll take one. You guys can hold on to that. We'll take a question from the audience. Any audience questions? Yes, right here. Please wait for that.
Hi. I really appreciate the emphasis on how these tools can exacerbate disparity and how it can also help. So just appreciate that common thread. My question is, there's been some really horrifying implications of these tools being used, and there's been some good red teaming efforts on companies like OpenAI and others. What do you think are the biggest blind spots in red teaming efforts of industry? And what are some of the ways that policy and industry can do to avoid some of the disastrous implications of blind spots in red teaming efforts of foundation model applications?
Yeah, maybe I can start and anyone else can feel free to jump in here. I think red teaming is a good start for evaluation of a model. I think red teaming, one of the problems is that it's fairly ad hoc. It's basically a person sitting down and thinking of stuff. Sometimes a language model can help you red team, which is often used, so that can be an aid. But I think structurally, the more fundamental limitation with the red team is it's about a model, and it's about an individual person experiencing in a model, which is important. But if you look at, again, the ecosystem view, I think some of these harms have more to do with statistical aggregate properties. For example, bias is a property that of multiple individuals rather than a single experience, and also taking into account the whole ecosystem with the data and the ways in which these models are actually deployed in, let's say, recommender systems. I think those are maybe less glamorous than a ChatGPT, a chatbot, but nonetheless, the reach is huge, and I think we have to remember those that the reach of foundation models is not just chatbots. It's much broader than that, and I think capturing all of those use cases is extremely challenging.
Yeah, and just to echo upon that, I think the intended use is also a very big question when it comes to red teaming. So maybe I'll provide a healthcare lens on this. If you have a language model, you need to have experts who are red teaming this aware of what is the intended use that an average user may have. Maybe a hypothetical prompt to a language model could be, I'm a 70-year-old patient, I have risk factors X, I'm on medication Y, should I take medication Z? Well, the language model may produce some answers, but is a person who's red teaming it capable of really interpreting what the output is? And I feel like that's a current blind spot because whoever is red teaming cannot imagine all the plausible scenarios out there. And I think that's why efforts like Helm are really needed. And we're inspired by Helm. We're trying to come up with similar evaluations to understand, well, how do some of these models impact healthcare? Some decisions can be wrong, but in what scenarios are they life-threatening to the patient? So that's something that I think can be improved, and I feel like this is the best team to be able to do that.
All right, so that is all the time we have. Let's give them another round of applause. All right, so we have one final team before lunch. So, get your wiggles out if you're feeling tired. They are titled Tuning Our Algorithmic Amplifiers, Encoding Societal Values into Social Media Algorithms. And this team is looking to develop intertwined scientific, engineering, and policy answers to the question of how can we encode societal values into these algorithms without sacrificing the core of what make the social media compelling. So take it away.
All right, good morning. We shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us. When Winston Churchill said this, he was talking about architecture, but it's equally true of the social technologies that we build all around us. We're focused here on social media, a technology that influences what we hear, what we believe, how we act, but we know that artificial intelligence dramatically influences social media. In particular, in its selection out of a wide, huge hundreds or thousands of posts inventory that might be selected, which subset of those are actually sampled to us and shown to us in which order. This feed ranking technology has huge impact. Now, there's been lots said about these algorithms optimizing for engagement. It's not the only thing that's going on, but I think if you look at a higher level and you ask what values are encoded into the optimizations that these algorithms are making, many of the values at the core here are focused on individual experience. And what we mean by this are values like personal agency, enjoyment, stimulation. These are all really important. They're key and critical to the successful operation of a social network. But at the same time, it's not surprising, and many have articulated, that if you're reward hacking on only individual values, you're going to be inevitably getting some trade-offs in societal level outcomes. And you'd like to be able to tell these algorithms, well, maybe that's not quite the right thing for it to be doing, but how would you do that? It's been a struggle to say, well, how would you convey to an algorithm that something like democracy is a thing it might also want to consider amongst the values that it's encoding? That is the angle that we are trying to push on here. How would we directly embed societal values into social media AIs? What if the social media algorithms that we are using today could also, in addition to their individual values that they're encoding, directly optimize for a wide variety of societal values? And if we could do that, could we empower end users and platforms to more directly shape their experience? And if we could do that, could we also generalize these kinds of techniques to work with AI more broadly? Now, there's a lot of technologies that have been explored recently around RLHF, constitutional AI, and so on to explore this, but we think there's a rich vein of ideas and approaches that we could mine here. And what we're looking at doing is connecting with the social sciences in particular. We're interested in building a translational science between the social sciences and engineering. In particular, the social sciences have spent a number of years, 100 years and more, taking what could potentially be slippery concepts, like what does it mean to have pro-democratic attitudes, and think about them carefully and defining them and measuring them, operationalizing them carefully. This precision that the social sciences have begun with allows us now to then take these ideas and start to model them directly in algorithms in ways that have been challenging in the past, allowing us to actually create algorithmic objectives designed around the theories and measures that social sciences have developed. If we can do this, we can then turn around and start to actually run large-scale field experiments that would allow us to ask, if we take these measures, these theories, these concepts, and deploy them at scale in re-ranking our own feeds, how does that impact our behaviors, our attitudes, or other outcomes that we might care about? Now, in order to do this, our team is engaging with social sciences who think about societal impact, about what the constructs are, how to operationalize them, how to measure them, along with engineering, which needs to think about how we do this translational work to take these constructs, make sure that they agree with expert annotation on these concepts, and with policy, which has to ask how and whether platforms can even engage in this kind of capability lawfully. And if we can do this with one value, we can do it with tens. The kind of thing that we're interested in doing is not pushing a single societal value, but a large library of values that end users or maybe even platforms could use to assemble sort of a more robust set of the goals of what social media actually ought to be trying to optimize for. Underlying this is our hunch that we're actually suffering not from a failure of implementation, but a failure of imagination here. That we sort of pitch this inviolable trade-off between free speech and, say, democracy. We don't think that's actually the case because we think that there's slack in the system because we have just not been directly modeling the values that are at stake here. And if we start by simply being able to get better measures and models of these, then we can actually push out that Pareto frontier directly and maybe without needing to make, we might get a little bit of a free lunch here without needing to make hard trade-offs in the short term. Ultimately, our question is whether we can imagine a different relationship with these algorithms than we have today. This project is producing 3 concrete outcomes. One is going to be an algorithmic library of societal values that can enable end users and platforms to integrate, measure, and trade off these values. The second is going to be basically a social media telescope, the kind of work that colleagues here at Stanford have had to do a lot of work to work with platforms to be able to engage with. We're, with HAI's support, basically building large-scale studies that we can randomize and test without this kind of independence by permission. And third, reflecting this back outside of social media in particular, I think there's a very big opportunity here to ask how we might better synthesize social science insights into algorithms, and also thinking about how these then reflect back on AI through value alignment approaches. We've been busy in year 1. We started with political polarization, a tough nut where a lot of work has seen null effects in the past. It's been very challenging in social media to do this. We translated Rob Willer's work and others to really think about building a feed algorithm based on basically pro-democratic attitudes. So directly optimizing for those kinds of attitudes. And in a large-scale experiment with 2,000 US voters, we see that this does in fact reduce partisan animosity, again, something that's been very challenging to see in the past, without decreasing engagement on the platform or prompting perceived threats to freedom of speech. We'll say more in a minute about how we did that. That system is actually now publicly available. You can download it. We're sort of putting our software out there for people to be able to use so that you can now dynamically re-rank. We sort of re-rank dynamically the contents of major social media platforms. We also have put out a public audience vision paper that will be appearing next week, I think, for policymakers and for the public to understand what our position is here and how to actually go about it. So how do we actually dig in? I'll hand that off to Jeff Hancock.
Thank you, Michael. And so how do we get concrete, bringing societal values, things like pro-democracy, into an algorithm? It's a real challenge. And to do that, we needed to invent a new method that we ultimately call societal objective functions. We had to develop a way to integrate these social scientific constructs into objective functions, the thing that ranks your feeds. And to do that, we relied on the team's expertise across the social sciences, computer sciences, engineering, and policy. I'm going to give you an example of the technique we did and how we actually did this empirically. So here's our new method. We start off by having to identify some social value that has been studied by social scientists. So in this case, we're going to talk about pro-democracy values. The reason we chose this is social media has been implicated in the increase in polarization and some of the undermining of democratic values in the country. Also because it has been really carefully studied, as Michael said, by our colleague Rob Willer here and some of his other colleagues here at Stanford. Understanding the kind of content that violates pro-democracy has been really well worked out. we took their carefully constructed construct and are able to train both people and, as you'll see in a moment, AI to identify that in a feed. We then trained people to identify different kinds of content that would violate pro-democracy values, re-ranked it, and examined how that affected people's sense of polarization. And then ultimately, we tried to find out whether we could scale this to using a large language model so that we could do this out in the wild at scale. So let me show you the specifics. We created 7 different rankings of a person's feed. In gray are controls, typically what is state of the art right now, where you go chronological, or you create ideologically balanced. They're a little bit coarse, but what I want you to focus on is the engagement-based feed. That's sort of what we typically experience when we use social media. We created several other kinds of feeds where we modified how the societal value was implemented. And we're going to look at down ranking, which turns out to be our best modification of the feed. When we re-ranked by down ranking content that violated our pro-democracy values, we found that both Republicans and Democrats afterwards found themselves to be less hateful of the other side. So Democrats disliked Republicans less, and Republicans disliked Democrats less. Really, really good outcome. This is exactly what we're looking for and what many other studies have struggled to demonstrate. And we did this in the downranking condition without compromising the experience. Both Democrats and Republicans enjoyed the experience just as much as the individual engagement-oriented feed. We did it without prompting freedom of speech concerns. We had one where we would put a content label on it, and that did trigger these freedom of speech concerns. But with downranking, there was none of that for either Democrats or Republicans. And lastly, we didn't compromise engagement. Here's the amount of time that people spent on the feed. And you can see in the downranking one, they actually spent more time with the feed, something that would be important if we were to actually implement this out in the world with the platforms. So we can change people's polarization levels without compromising their experience. The next question is, can we scale this up? Can we move from having human annotators using that really carefully constructed social scientific construct and train an LLM in particular to do this automatically? And the short answer is yes. We fine-tuned models by training it on essentially the same coding scheme you would give to an undergraduate here at Stanford to train on deciding what would be anti-democratic or not. We trained the LLM to do that. And I'm just going to take 1 second to step back and say I was blown away by this. As a social scientist, the ability for these LLMs to code in the same way, that is not coding like programming coding, but to say this piece of content is anti-democratic, to do so as reliably as other humans that work in our lab. Sunny Liu is here. She and I work with students all the time to do this. It's hard. And the fact that an LLM can do this is about to transform our field. You can see here that it was as reliable as other people performing basically at the level of a Stanford undergrad. By doing this, by using an LLM to automatically code these things, we did the exact same study, but no humans were involved. We used the LLM to identify anti-democratic content, re-ranked it by downranking it. And here's our second study. And you can see that when we used our algorithmic implementation of our societal value, we saw the reduction in partisan animosity. So the exciting news here is we can do this. We can bring societal values and integrate them into algorithmic feeds. This is a first-of-class demonstration of how this pipeline from the social sciences into AI and ultimately the ranking of these algorithmic feeds is feasible. The question now, of course, is whether it can scale. I'll turn it over to Johan for that.
So as Jeff mentioned, we've had a lot of success recruiting individuals into these studies. There's a lot of public interest in understanding the effects of these algorithms. But the question is sort of what's the difference between the lab and the field? Sort of like what is the ecological validity of re-ranking somebody's feed? And you really only have seconds at most to sort of intercept the content, take it away and sort of re-rank it and deliver it in the sort of mere sort of at most 1 to 2 seconds that you have sort of a spinning beach ball while the page is loading. Can we do that? Can we take this sort of LLM-based
annotation, and then sort of dynamically re-rank or augment, because we also want to consider these situations like, for example, content labeling. And what we've been building over the last few months is sort of like demonstrating that we really can do this and recruit subjects into a sort of browser plugin level intervention, where we sort of look at this content and sort of within that sort of like 1 to 2 seconds, we really sort of identify political content. We do that using a local classifier that's a fine-tuned BERT model. We're able to take the political content, send that off to sort of an OpenAI API, turn that around, take the new scores, re-rank or do other augmentations, and have sort of treatment and control groups to be able to deploy these types of interventions and study them at scale. So we get ecological validity, and we also get longitudinal effects. A big question in this literature is, what is the difference between sort of a limited time lab intervention and looking at these effects? Are they cumulative? Are they sort of static? And so this is sort of this tool that's been a central effort of the last few months from this team that we're now really looking to deploy going into year 2 and year 3. Now, a big other part of this collaboration that's brought together lots of different departments is sort of this vision statement that we've crafted, which is sort of, as Michael was saying, is sort of publication is imminent, which has really been about bringing together many different styles of thinking. To talk about that, I'm going to hand it off to Amjad.
So how do we walk the walk of collaboration instead of just talking the talk? And why am I asking this question? Well, I'm asking because it matters. What we've seen over the past 8 years is that tech companies in general, social media companies in particular, and Silicon Valley more broadly have faced a lot of backlash for their failure to understand the societal, political, and cultural impact of the technologies they're building. A main criticism there is that engineers and tech companies are looking inward, right? And that they're not exchanging with the social world at large. Interestingly, we see kind of the same critique on campus. And I'm sure that people who teach here know that students keep comparing the techies and the fuzzies. What we're doing in this team is bridging the techies and fuzzies divide. We have faculty from all across campus. It involves a lot of walking around from one place to the next. We kind of like it. And we've been actively collaborating over the past year. So what does that mean? It means doing a lot of hard work to build intellectual community. We've been meeting every week, having kind of tough discussions, often disagreeing, I mean, in all kind of collegial, ways, but often disagreeing about what's wrong with social media. And we've been developing a shared language and conceptual map. So what does this mean concretely? We've been proceeding through creative iteration, where new projects have been organically emerging from our meetings and writings. We've been working, as Johan was saying, on collective agenda setting and public-facing publications, and we've been very mindful and careful about the way in which we mentor junior postdocs, junior scholars, postdocs, and grad students in our teams in this interdisciplinary way by having 2 PIs for each postdoc and grad student, one from engineering and one from social science and policy, mentor the different legs of the research. So in terms of the organic iteration, we've discussed a vision article. From that kind of big kind of statement piece, we've had many different legs kind of come together where different parts of the team are working together, bringing together engineering and social science. And you can see kind of a short overview here. In terms of mentorship, I just can't resist showing this kind of cool depiction of all the kind of intellectual work that's been happening between social science on the engineering side, faculty on the engineering side, faculty on the social science and policy side, and the postdoc PhDs at the middle. This is a graph of our co-authorship network. And I think it matters a lot because, again, interdisciplinary work is more than just a buzzword. This is how we solve what is wrong with social media algorithms today. And so I'll just stop here and give the floor to Jenny and Tatsu for today.
Thank you. And so what is the next step? What we've shown is we've built up a collaborative environment and we've built out the very first steps of our technical approach. But in order to achieve our vision, what we need to do is to scale up. And how do we scale up? What we have now is a single value, anti-democratic attitudes, and a single, fairly straightforward re-ranking algorithm. But what we need is many more components. We need to create an entire library of social values tied to the diverse communities and cultures that exist across the world. We acknowledge that we can't possibly capture all of the values that we care about just sitting by ourselves. We need to build methods that can optimize and potentially even trade off amongst these multiple and potential competing values. And then, given these pieces, we can't keep this as an academic study. In order to convince policymakers and the public of the viability of this approach, we need a large-scale study, a global longitudinal study that will study the effects of our method on individuals and communities.
The great news is that decades of research in the social sciences have already demonstrated that people across diverse cultures hold a number of core values. Now, cultures differ in terms of which particular values they prioritize, and of course, individuals within each culture varies in how much they endorse these values. But the point is that we already have an empirically based library of values that predict behavior across cultures. And I'm just illustrating this right here. For example, we have these self-transcendent values, which include universalism and benevolence, which is essentially about protecting and promoting the welfare of others. And we know through decades of research that the more people prioritize these values, the more likely they are to engage in pro-social behaviors like sharing resources with others and taking care of the environment. So the idea is that we would use AI, using the methods that Johan described and that we've used in the previous work, to basically identify benevolence in these values, self-transcendent values, in social media posts. So for example, a high benevolence post might look something like this. In case no one told you today, you are loved, you are needed, you are stronger than you know. I see you trying your best. You'll get through this, and I am so proud of you. Versus a low benevolence post, which might be something like this. I just had to block my own senator. I just can't stand it anymore. I really can't. I've never heard a single honest word come out of that mouth. So basically, we would identify the posts that include the benevolence and then use the tools that we've developed to re-rank these posts to prioritize benevolence in the feeds. And so this is just an example of one value, but we can show you examples from the whole library of values.
And then with these library of values in hand, we now need to develop algorithmic ways of optimizing our different feeds. And many of the PIs in this group have been working on both HCI and AI techniques for handling these kinds of difficult, complex trade-offs that are in some sense at the heart of the challenge, the technical challenges of social media. But this picture that you see here on the left is potentially a far too pessimistic one. I want to bring you back to the very opening slides of this talk, in which our vision is that we currently don't even think about values in building the feeds. And there's likely substantial slack in the way in which we measure these values and the ways in which we simultaneously optimize for them. And so that we may be able to simply expand the available pie of the values that we can optimize for and reflect in our feeds. And that is the kinds of difficult technical challenges that we intend to address.
These large-scale studies that we're proposing would not only allow us to incorporate multiple values and assess the trade-offs and the interactions among the values, but of course, they would also allow us to test the enduring impact of these value-based algorithms on diverse individuals and societies. So we could look at political polarization as well as the spread of misinformation, but also look at engagement and pro-social behavior and ultimately the effects they have on community health and well-being. All of the efforts that we've described today are really an important part of reimagining our relationship with these algorithms. Rather than these algorithms influencing and controlling us, can we influence and control the algorithms in a way that reflects our societal values? This is our opportunity to try.
So I'm the impact guy. This kind of research couldn't come at a more important time in our history. There are tectonic shifts that are happening here in Silicon Valley and around the world as governments try to grapple with the implications of both AI and algorithms on values such as democracy and the other ones that Jeannie mentioned. And so I want to talk a little bit about the implications for industry, but then also the implications for policy. So first, because of the sort of shifting sands in the social media universe right now, there is a hunger and a need for alternatives to the kinds of algorithms that the platforms themselves have imposed upon us. So whether it's Mastodon or Blue Sky or Threads, there is a shift that's going on where users are going to be empowered to have algorithms that suit their needs and their values. And so this kind of research is absolutely critical in providing a range of values, a range of alternatives to those that we've become accustomed to from the large platforms. Second, concerns about the political bias of platforms in their news feeds, sort of even among the established platforms, leads to sort of a need to outsource some of those decisions to, to others who can put together these kinds of value-based news feeds that we've described here. And third, as has been discussed both in our presentation, I think even earlier today, some of these kinds of questions about the values that are embedded in social media AIs are larger questions about the values that are embedded in AIs in general, whether you're talking about chatbots or other ways that we interact with artificial intelligence. Now, turning to the policy questions, the Digital Services Act in Europe, which has sort of just been sort of implemented in the last month or so, requires the evaluation of platform systemic risks to fundamental rights and democratic processes, civic discourse, and electoral processes, and specifically says that such risks may arise, for example, in relation to the design of the algorithmic systems. And so we will see in the coming year how the platforms are going to have to respond to this in order to think about how their algorithms are affecting democracy. And so alternatives like the ones that we're proposing here, I think, are quite critical. Secondly, here in the United States, and frankly around the world, as we think about platform power, again, thinking about how these large platforms have had influence over the shaping of our news feeds and our experience online. It raises certain antitrust and anti-competition concerns. We here in the Cyber Policy Center have had a whole project on middleware, which was trying to figure out a way to, again, empower users in order to reorganize their feeds. And so as these anti-competition or these pro-competition antitrust kinds of concerns are raised, empowering sort of alternatives to go after the sort of hegemonic feeds that are imposed on us by the platforms, I think is going to be critical. And then finally, even this year, as these cases go to the Supreme Court, adjudicating laws out of Texas and Florida, which require that platforms not downrank certain types of political content, the availability of outside generated algorithms like the ones that we're talking about here could not be more important. And so whether you're a fuzzy law professor like me or silicon-based shiny life form like those on this side of campus, right? This kind of research could not be more important or pressing given the concerns that we're seeing with respect to democracy and the influence that AI and algorithms are having around the world. We sort of exist at a critical moment, both in the tools that we have to use, whether it's through these large language models that can do content moderation and do the kinds of research that we were talking about earlier, as well as the attention that policymakers are paying to these kinds of questions around the world. So thank you very much.
All right, we will go for an online question first. So for current social value embedding procedure, which diverse representative populations are you employing during data curation? And is the undergraduate data annotator trained using the same rule set as the algorithmic coder? What's the longitudinal advantage of this methodology?
Yes, so thank you. It's a really great question, an important one that we've been thinking a lot about. Our goal here is to sample from a wide diversity of communities. Right now, we're working on what exactly those communities will be. And we'll be taking some approaches that Michael and I with some other students have been working on around what we call jury learning, which is about getting people's perspectives from the communities that actually matter. And so that's how we'll be dealing with this question of how to judge those things. But that is a core part of our mission. Is it's not just going to be in general but rather specific communities, and we'll focus on diverse ones.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a in-person. Yep, right there in the like tannish sweater. Yep.
Thank you. I probably just didn't get something very basic that you were talking about. You introduce a new bias basically into the social media ranking. I mean, it's a benevolent bias, but it's still a bias as I understood it. So even in your example, maybe I actually want to know that somebody is really upset about a person. So I want that in the information that I'm getting. And it seems like your algorithm way then would filter that out. And I didn't quite get how that in the end would help me. I mean, obviously I want to filter really bad content probably. I mean, that's what people are doing, but to have it only tailored to particular values just reinforces my own value system, which is sometimes good, but definitely not always.
Thank you. So I would start just by pointing out that every algorithm already deployed here already has values baked into it. And so you're just not aware of them and you have no ability to control them, right? So this is what you're describing already happens. And it's a thing that the folks at the social media platforms have to sweat about how it works. And I think our perspective here is that an important first step is to take those values and make them explicit. Like, what are these algorithms actually doing vis-a-vis these values to be able to audit them, understand when things change, and ultimately to provide controls. Now, the second piece of your, I think, question has to do with to what extent should end users have controls over these algorithms? To what extent should there be either democratically determined or platform determined sort of constraints on what can happen? Nate can say more about. There may actually be a case to be made that the platforms that laws cannot be made that actually mandate what the values are that platforms can articulate. But I think that ultimately, there's everything's on a slope here, and we're just looking at what do you need to maintain as sort of a collective? Because we know if we only do individual values and give everyone complete individual control, there will be downsides there. And then what do we need to, and what kind of controls do we need to provide to end users? And I really do think that it's going to require that mix.
Since, as they say in presidential debates, my name was invoked. So these cases that are going to the Supreme Court this year are exactly on this question, which is to what extent can you legally require platforms to not downrank certain content based on, for example, whether it's the speech of a candidate or a journalistic enterprise. So you may end up with a situation at the end of this year where there's going to be content that is mandatory to be left up in Florida and Texas, but compelled to be taken down in the European Union. And so part of the reason of giving agency to outsiders to reorganize their feeds is to basically take that responsibility off of the platforms and to empower the rest of us to decide if we want sort of more democratically oriented news feeds.
Can I just jump in? Because I think that this is a discussion that we've been having for the past year, right? So I want to say this is a very good question. And one of the things around which we've converged is this idea of middleware too, right? So where users would be able to kind of adjust themselves on a kind of dashboard, what they want their feed to look like. And so we've been talking about a lot of options along these lines that would also go around this, and make a couple of steps toward transparency, accountability, and some kind of like clarity about what are the values that every single person cares about, right?
All right, so that is all the time we have for questions. We are going to move to lunch. We have box lunches in the back lobby there. You can grab one. There's seating out in the backyard, or you can go across the street to Bites and then be back here at 1:10. Again, be back here at 1:10. We'll ring little chimes too, so you can hear that.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed lunch. I would now like to welcome our next team. This is our final team from the 2020 cohort titled Curious Self-Aware AI Agents to Build Cognitive Models and Understand Developmental Disorders. This team is combining reinforcement learning, cognitive science, and clinical expertise to understand how young children know how to play and to formalize that knowledge to improve the flexibility and interactivity of autonomous agents. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Hi, my name is Dan Yeomans. Thanks so much for having us today. And we'll be hearing from Mike Frank and Nick Haber as well as part of this presentation. So I just wanted to briefly put the team up so you can see it actually includes also, in addition to the 5 names that you saw previously, Judy Fan, who's now joined our psychology department as well. So, the big problem that we're focused on is the fact that most AI is created through supervised learning with massive data sets. But creatures like these, okay, don't receive like millions of high-level semantic labels during learning, okay? Humans certainly receive some labels, but not millions and millions of them. And non-human animals, which are very competent at many of the things that we care about, don't receive them at all, right? So the question is, how do they actually learn, right? And in particular, current solutions to learning, especially with language, are just off by many orders of magnitude in terms of how efficient they are with the data. This is a great slide from a recent paper that Mike Frank, my colleague, has in TICS here, showing that, basically humans are just much more effective at learning than current AI systems. So how do they achieve this, right? They're self-supervised, they learn in open-ended contexts, and that's really a powerful motivator for how they're able to produce such amazing efficient learning, right? So our team's goal was to try to formalize this, to build a collection of learning agents that can learn to play and play to learn, large-scale measurements of human behavior constraining that AI development, and through that, a computational theory of developmental play. And finally, training in simulated robotic environments and implementing it on real robots, okay? What I'm going to talk about today is a subset of this. That's a very big, expansive vision. I'm going to talk a little bit about the subset together with my colleagues here. So our roadmap in doing this in a concrete way was to measure what children actually do and then make models of how they do it. Okay, that's the basic roadmap, very simple. Well, easier said than done, but anyway, easy to think about. So what we're going to talk about first is what children actually do, and Mike is going to be the person to tell us about that.
So how do we actually get a sense of what kind of input children have for learning, and how do they navigate that input environment? How do we measure what they see and what they hear? It turns out that the last 2 decades have shown us that the infant's view of the world isn't intuitive. Kids grow up in a world filled with knees. They're close to the floor, their arms are short, and so they see things quite differently. This first generation of head-mounted cameras were lightweight, low-resolution sensor devices. And they've been deployed in a variety of locations, including at home in our lab and in a variety of in-lab studies, but they have some real sensor limitations, limited field of view, limited resolution. Nevertheless, we were able to create the first large-scale open data set of egocentric video. This is called SACAM. 3 children, of course, of developmental psychologists who were devoted to this project, not me, recorded their own child for 2 hours a week from age 6 months to 30 months. And this gave us a data set of over 400 hours of video of the children's first-person experience. So as you'll see from Dan, this resource has been really invaluable in training models and has been really useful as a starting point for understanding visual input, but it also has substantial limitations. In fact, once Dan finished one of the projects that he was telling us about, he came back and he said, you think that this is a big data set, but this is a very small data set. Can we do better? And so with support from Hoffman-Yee, we actually have been attempting to do better. So this is the Baby View helmet. This is a high-resolution camera. So we partnered with Daylight Design, which is co-led by Brett Newman over in the product design. It's a San Francisco-based consultancy. And we based our assembly on a lightweight GoPro Hero Bones, which is a drone camera. These are very easy to build and deploy with a low per unit price. So this fulfills our open science mission. You can download the instructions, 3D print one of these, buy an off-the-shelf component, and in half an hour, you have a Baby View helmet. Plus, it's got some sensors that many other first-generation cameras don't have that help us identify the child's own motion, their own curious exploration relative to movement in the environment. The Baby View allows us to capture children's everyday experiences. So this is the daughter, Eloise, of our lead scientist on the project, Dr. Bria Long. Here's Bria playing with her infant son. Eloise is bringing her a book. And here in the other frame is her son watching as his sister steers a grocery cart from his perspective near the floor. So we've launched the Baby View study. We've got 10 families currently enrolled, and we're rolling out another 10 helmets in the next couple of months. These are kids from a broad range of backgrounds, urban, rural, mostly centered around the Bay Area, but including all of California. And we have kids recording in the home 1 to 2 hours a week with consent for broad use and research in a restricted, secure environment. This creates an unprecedented resource for studying development. So we're gonna have 10 times the amount of data as SACAM, an entire child year of visual input. That's 4,000 hours. The last thing I want to tell you about is an exciting extension of this, which is our Baby View at Bing study. Bing Nursery School, as many of you know, is a treasure on campus. It's a wonderful learning environment. We have full videotape consent from essentially an entire class at Bing that allows us to deploy the Baby View from multiple angles and capture children's curious social exploration as they learn in a real naturalistic context. Okay, back to Dan.
Great, yeah, thanks, Mike. And so you can see that that's what we're doing to make measurements of what children actually do. I'm going to tell you a little bit now about how we models of them doing it. So the traditional thing in this sort of domain has been, optimized networks, neural networks for performance on a task, like 1,000-way image categorization, ImageNet categorization, that it comes from supervised context. And then compare it to things like the brain and behavior. That's how we get models in the traditional context. But here, what we wanted to do was go beyond that, right? And in particular, what that required was the development of self-supervised and unsupervised learning methods. And in particular, in the last few years, the development of deep contrastive embedding. So that's a technical term that doesn't need to be delved into too much here, but what basically it is modern unsupervised learning methods developed by many scientists, including my amazing former graduate student, Changshu Zhang. And what they were able to do was build these unsupervised methods that take video data and in particular, take data that you can get from the world and learn that unsupervised way. And one of the key results was that actually we could build from that an unsupervised model of a higher brain area in an accurate way, okay, a visual area of the kind that might be developed by the data that Mike just showed. And one of the nice things about that was that because of that, we could take data from that SACAM data set and filter it through that algorithm for learning purposes. Now, you don't have to know what all the bars here mean, but basically what they show is that networks developed by just looking at the data from SACAM, although it had limitations, were strong enough as models of the brain and visual behavior that it might begin to be a candidate model for how children actually learn to process their visual environment. But it had limitations, and one of the key limitations is that both the algorithms and the data sets were limited, right? So going forward, what we've done in the work as part of Hoffman-Yee has been to really try to push those algorithms so that they can work with the new data. And one of the key ideas comes from developmental psychologist Liz Spelke, that humans have this kind of deep physical intuition by the time they're really young. And that inspiration from cognitive science has allowed us to try to build algorithms that act more like humans. So in particular, learn that objects are things that sort of move together under the dynamics of the world. And that very simple idea has driven the development of cutting-edge computer vision and AI algorithms, in particular, the inference of learning to see from motion. So basically extracting dynamics or optical flow, thresholding that view to get object orders, and then learning to track objects from static images based on that. That's a technical thing, but the key point is that that allows us to go from cognitive inspiration to state-of-the-art algorithms for thinking about parts of things in the world. More recently, we've been in my group working on this idea called counterfactual world modeling, which is the idea that you can make models that are trained to predict the future from partial previous information. And that types of models allow us to go beyond just predictions of the world that you see, but also make counterfactual predictions about what might happen if you do this or that. And that's really the core thing that you need to be able to develop underlying abilities of human curiosity, is being able to make predictions about what might happen, even if it doesn't happen. And we've shown that these new algorithms allow us to extract all sorts of visual capacities from the same underlying kind of visual foundation model, including counterfactual simulation, static prediction, dynamic prediction, all sorts of things that might be valuable, okay? So that's a nice technical algorithmic idea developed by the CWM team, counterfactual world modeling team, and together with all folks from a variety of different places. But what our core next steps from that algorithmic point of view are going to be is combining those algorithmic ideas with the amazing data that Mike just talked about, right? So the key question that we have is, when we take our counterfactual world model and apply it to the real developmental sequence, does it generate true physical understanding? Okay, that's something that we're in the process of working to do now, and we hope to have that within the term of the Hoffman-Yee grant, and a really important development that would come out of that if we could. If that works, one of the core questions is, can that then develop and support curious agents, right? And in particular, this amazing notion of computational curiosity that people have been working on in part in our group. So we're going to hear now briefly from Nick Haber, who's been really leading the work there. So.
Great. Hi. Yeah, I'm Nick, and yeah. So let me tell you a little bit about just kind of the overall space we're working in, how we're thinking about this. This is just a general framework of computational curiosity. We have an agent that is interacting with an environment, and as it's interacting with an environment, it perceives the world. It processes this information with a world model. It decides how to act using a policy model, right? The world model you can think of as learning to predict the future, the environment and the results of actions. And the policy model is learning how to act, what to look at and what to do. And in particular, with regards to curiosity, we think of it as the policy model is directing the agent towards interesting actions, right? Ones that drive world model improvement. Right, the world model learns, the policy model learns this sort of curiosity policy. And you get this substantially more informed curiosity then as a result. A sort of virtuous cycle of curiosity where an agent is able to collect its own data, learn from it, and exhibit more and more sophisticated behaviors as it goes, much like a child does. So I'm going to tell you about just one project that we've worked on at this intersection. We've done within this Hoffman-Yee collaboration several such projects, but I'll just talk about one that's particularly closely related to what you just heard about. And this had to do with start with an empirical measurement of physical curiosity. And this, by the way, was led by Julio Martinez in psychology, joint with Judy Fan and a couple of her students as well. So we first started with this empirical measurement of physical curiosity. We took a wide range of physical circumstances. You can see there, for instance, that there are some dominoes that are falling across a wide range of physical scenario types. And we asked people how interesting these interactions are. We just had them rate on a 1 to 5 scale how interesting these interactions are. So we, using Prolific, we obtained these human interestingness ratings on thousands of these stimuli. And we also implemented a variety of forms of computational curiosity. So these compute directly from the stimuli themselves, certain notions of interestingness, be that novelty or notions of progress and so on, notions of difficulty. And the goal then was to compare, to then take these ratings and see which computational models look like people. And so we've made some meaningful progress in finding these human-like curiosity algorithms. What you're seeing here is on the x-axis a variety of different ways of implementing curiosity in simulation. And on the y-axis here, the correlation with human data. And so a couple of things I want you to note. One is that there's a wide range here. Some algorithms are much better at matching human ratings. Whereas if you look at a dotted line, that is a ceiling, that is a noise ceiling. We have a very long way to go to match humans. So we both made some progress here, but also a variety of ways in which we really have a robust benchmark from which to try to improve these sorts of algorithms. I'll hand it off to Dan for the end.
Great, thanks. So you can see throughout the sort of 3 little sections that we have here, how we're going towards these larger goals, making learning agents that can operate in a kind of robust, self-directed way, comparing those to real measurements of human behavior, and eventually giving us new AI algorithms that we're hope to be able to use to actually do things with robots in the real world. So those are the goals. We made substantial progress on that, and really couldn't have done it without the Hoffman-Yee award that would support this kind of work that would be otherwise extremely difficult to support in any other way. So I just want to thank the team again and for their amazing work. And you only heard from a few of us, but all of these people have been deeply involved, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you all again. It looks like we don't have a question from our online audience yet, so we'll take in-person questions. Let's go middle back here.
Hi, thank you for talk.
I'm curious whether you can talk about a little bit like qualitatively what that play looks like that you've observed so far from these robotic agents and how that compares to what you observe in the children. And then also kind of going back to how you started the talk, comparing the different magnitudes of scale in terms of data necessary to learn compared to, again, humans, whether early evidence from some of your experimentation suggests that a play influenced model is actually trending towards more efficient modes of learning. And then lastly, I'm curious, I'm curious how the kids actually enjoyed wearing helmets for like the first couple of years of their lives.
There's 3 questions. One of them is, what do the algorithms play like? How good are they? And 2 questions about the empirical. Mike, people to answer those questions.
I'll start with how the algorithms, what the algorithms play like. So, I didn't get to talk about that much in terms of the sorts of robotic experimentation we've done here. But broadly, we work in the domains of physical play, social attention, and social play. So imagine like playing with blocks, physical and socially attending towards others and playing with them, engaging in reciprocal interactions. And so certainly the situations in which we've engineered them have been simplified relative to the vast array of really interesting human behaviors you see along these lines. But you do see a sort of characteristic like progression of behavioral milestones as you see like increasing complexity in, okay, now I'm playing with one block. Now I'm assembling blocks together and figuring out how they work together. Now I'm like engaging in social attention. Now I'm playing like, we had one play peekaboo with other agents. And towards, learning to play by like rolling a ball back and forth. So we see like these progressions of complexity in play that we can map onto these human progressions. Of course, what we're dealing with is a very simplified system right now, and the goal is to continue enriching ththese sorts of things as we go. I guess, I don't know, do you want to touch on? I forget which order was, but
yeah, there's a lot of parts to this question, but I'll just say one thing that the puzzle of the human phenomenon that really got us excited was this: could there be a developmental progression in a machine that mirrors what you see in the kid, namely that the same kid wants to knock down the tower, and then couple months, couple years later, they want to build up the tower. That transformation can come from exactly the same continuous developmental forces. And when we started to see some hints that kind of emergence was happening in the systems that Dan and Nick and others were playing with, that's when we got really excited.
Maybe I'll say one more thing is in terms of like maybe the necessity of trying to study these sorts of things from algorithmic standpoint. Right, like when people learn, they learn through these basic drives motivations, these things that we carry throughout our lives, and that determines how we form goals and form actions. We're autotelic. We choose our own goals. This is very distinct from how a lot of artificial systems are built thus far. So, in short, what we're trying to do is take that kind of core motivational component, things like curiosity, the basic drives that lead to all this diversity of behaviors, and trying to put that in artificial systems. And it's just a very different way of training systems relative to most of what we see today.
Awesome. That is all the time we have, actually. So thank you all so much again. And I'll pass it to Vanessa to introduce our next team.
So our next team is titled Dendritic Computation for Knowledge Systems. This team aims to create a 3D dendrite-like nano device that can bring data center performance for smartphone energy budget, reining in AI's energy and monetary costs, and distributing its productivity gains. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, it's great to see such a full house here today. And I'm going to be talking about our progress over the past year. And I would like to start with just a few questions because we've got some users here and nobody has really interacted with you guys so far. So I want to know how many of you have used ChatGPT by show of hands? Wow, very impressive. Okay, yeah. And again, there's some of you who you had your hands down. Anybody want to tell me why they haven't used it? Yeah. I see. Okay, very interesting. So we've got a privacy issue here. This gentleman is pointing out. I think there's quite a few people are concerned about that. Can we get one more reason why folks haven't used? Okay. Okay, we don't want to go into AD, we want to be BC or but anyway, the technology is amazing. All of you have used it, you've experienced it, and I think a lot of people are not comfortable with giving up their information to somebody in the cloud whose maybe values or mission or motivation doesn't match their own, right? That's one. And the other issue here that may be coming up is how many people trust the answers they get from ChatGPT? Wow, I have 2 hands, right? 3 maybe. That's like the guy who wrote the algorithm. So that's also an issue there with, trustworthiness or, fact checking, right? And so these are 2 things which, are big concerns to everybody. And this is one of the big things that HAI is really trying to address here. And we are also on the same page with HAI on this. And you see how we are contributing to that effort in this next 15 minutes. So that's actually, my goal here is to have it run on my phone and to have all the data. We can use to fact check it on my phone and to have none of my information leaving my phone. Okay, that's our goal here. And so to tell you how that's going to happen, I'm going to tear down an iPhone and tell you what we are working with. Okay, so if you did that, you can see here, you can see my pointer, right? So that's the back of the phone, with the holes for the cameras, and that's the front, that's the battery, and the action happens in these 2 printed circuit boards. This is an RF board, that's all your communication and so forth, and this is what's called the main board, which has, the processor, right? And there's basically this chip here. If you watch the Apple keynote, it's got 16 billion transistors. He just announced A17, which has got even more transistors. And there's been a lot of innovation. If you look in the chip in there, it's got like 40 specialized accelerators. Okay, so this is not the computer I grew up with where we had only 1 processor, right? Okay, and that's what's really enabling a lot of the amazing things you can do on your phone. But there's an even more amazing part to the phone here, which if you flip around the circuit board, you'll find here there's a flash drive. It's got 5.9 trillion transistors. And it stores 2 terabytes of data. Now, all the data that was hoovered up from the internet to train ChatGPT or GPT-4, that was 1 trillion tokens. That can all fit in a 2 terabyte drive, okay? And so how is that possible? Okay, but this goes to the fact-checking part. If you had the data, you could check it yourself to make sure that there's some credible source that information comes from. And so I think this is really what's amazing about the phone. And so the way they do that is they basically have a package, which is what you see next on the left. And if you look inside the package, you'll find there's a stack of 16 die. That's what a chip is called, right? And if you look inside the chip, there's a stack of 232 arrays of memory cells. I'm going to go a little bit deeper into this because that's where the action is, and that's kind of like the capability we're trying to unleash from this technology. And so, but if you multiply 232 by 16, you end up with 3,712 arrays high in that package. And those 3,000 arrays fit in 2 millimeters. This is the distance the signal has to travel to access any of those 2 terabytes of data. And the only thing you have to know about electronics is that the distance a signal has to travel to get data, transferring the data back and forth, the amount of energy that you use is proportional to the distance that you travel, okay? And so if we're to take these 3,000 chips or die or arrays and tile them, that will be a distance of 48 meters. But we've reduced that 24,000-fold. And so we are using 24,000 times less energy to get the data. Basically, all the data on the internet, if it was on your phone, you could just access it in nanoseconds. And your battery would still work just fine, right? That's why you care about how much energy it takes, because that's how long it's going to take to drain your battery. So what our mission, or one of the things that you guys should be aware of, it's coming, is that we want to basically innovate in the memory space and create specialized accelerators for memory, like modern memory that really does searches data, which is what we are doing right now, okay? And okay, so why can't we do that right now in these 3D memory chips? So this is kind of to illustrate the architecture of a memory chip. These towers that you see here, it's like Manhattan, you got 2 skyscrapers. They're called fingers, okay? And just to remind you, there'll actually be 232 arrays in that finger, okay? And each of those arrays will have what are called strings. These are 65,000 of them. I'm going to show you basically, and this string of 232, spanning 232 arrays is storing a string of bits. Okay, that's where the bits are stored. If you took a string storing 232 bits and you basically look in there, you find this bit is stored as charge, and that charge is insulated from these other devices. That's why it stays in there. It's non-volatile. And it's basically controlling the current that flows through a rod of silicon. And you can also apply a voltage to this metal gate to also make the rod of silicon conduct. And so the way you basically read out any of those 232 bits in that string is shown here on the right side. Basically, if you have charge there, it's going to make that segment of the string of the rod conduct. And if you apply voltage, you can also turn it on, right? And so if you were to put high voltages on all of these metal plates, all the strings will conduct. And so you just keep them high, and you select a particular finger, and you turn off the voltage to the bit you're trying to read. Now, in this case, no current is going to flow because there's no charge stored there. And that means that the bit is a 0. You just read a 0. If the bit was a 1, when you turn off the voltage, the channel on, and you'll get current. So that means you read a 1. And so basically because there are 65,000 strings here, and you can read the currents in all those strings in parallel, basically in one step, you can read 4 kilobytes of memory, which is 1 page of memory, okay? But you're only reading 1 page at a time, just that top of that finger, right? What we would like to do is to find a way to be able to search these 65,000 strings in parallel, right? So if I'm looking for this particular string here, and it's stored in this particular string of bits here, and it's stored in this particular string of memory cells, I could apply a complementary pattern of voltages. This is like the complementary DNA strands. And if they match, current will flow. And since I can read these currents across all 65,000 strings in parallel, I'll be searching across all of them for this bit string. Okay? So why can't we do this? It sounds very easy, right? Okay, well, that's the good news. It's not easy. That's the bad news. But okay, so the problem is very mundane, which is that if we were to basically pulse all these voltages low simultaneously, not on one metal plate, but 100 of them, we're going to generate 100 times more heat. And what you're going to find is a nice little melting chip in your phone, okay? And so this is actually a fundamental change of going 3D, okay, where you can do a lot more compute, but the surface area for you to get the heat out is pretty much the same as you have in a 2D chip, okay? And guess what? Our brains are 3D. They do massive information retrieval all the time in an instant. And, you know, I still have some hair to keep the thing cool. So that's the secret that we're after here. And our team is finding neuroscience, you know, algorithms and chip design to sort of transcend all these levels of the stack so we can translate these insights into new kinds of compute. And, you know, just to put it in the context of compute, you can think of it as the brain embeds memory inside its logic, okay? That's just a very kind of simplified way of putting it. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about the brain. And this is why I wore my shirt today. This is, you can see a neuron has a structure that looks like this, which is called a dendrite. It's a dendritic tree, because dendron is tree in Greek, okay? So dendrite is, you know, this comes from that word, right? And so I'm taking just a little segment of that tree, right? Maybe it's millimeters of branches in here in one neuron's dendrite. And if you look at just about 20 microns of that, that's shown up here. Is what the dendrite stretches. And, you know, voltages can travel along this towards the cell body and then generate an output that will then, the neuron will distribute to other neurons down its axon, okay? So when this voltage is low, we call it like the rest, the dendrite is resting. And when the voltage is high, it can go to a high level, which is called a plateau. And in fact, dendrites are not just these passive wiring cables, they actually bistable. They can be in a low state or a high state. That's like the memory inside the dendrite, right? And it can be in a local segment of dendrite, like, you know, 3 microns of that. And so when a spike comes in and the segment of dendrite right next to it has plateaued, that enables the next segment when it receives a spike, like you saw there, to plateau. And as these things come in, the thing plateaus. And it's important that it stays plateaued after the spike is gone. This is the memory of the recent inputs. This will allow us to apply inputs sequentially instead of in parallel. And so we'll generate less heat and, you know, we are not going to fry our chip, okay? So that's the principle we are trying to sort of apply to a new kind of memory chip, right? And so this is just going to continue. And eventually this high voltage is going to get to the cell body and the cell is going to fire, right? And so there are 2 key challenges that we have to solve here, okay? One is this mechanism for like the short-term memory, right? Or bistability, okay? And memory chips already do this, right? Like when you store some charge in the cell, either the charge is there or it's not there, you have 2 states, right? And there are more, what they are called emergent memory technologies that use like magnets. They have a magnetic material, it can be polarized this way or that way. And a third one, which we actually are using, is a ferroelectric device here, where there's a material in there between the gate and the channel that can have a positive charge and a negative charge, or it can flip for that charge dipole to point the other way. That's what those arrows indicate. Okay, so that's something that you can already get. You can actually get ferroelectric RAM in your chips. Okay, so that part is taken care of. The part that's challenging is we want our ability to flip this dipole to depend on whether the previous dipole has flipped or not, right? If we don't make it contingent on that, we can't detect the sequence, right? they can come in any random order and just flip, right? And that's the thing that we've solved. We come up with a new device, or we've adapted this technology to actually be able to do this contingent flipping. And so the way it works as follows: I pulse that gate, I flip that dipole, and these electrons here, those are the things that carry current, come into the channel. And because now I have negative charge here, when I apply the next pulse here and I put positive charge here, I can set up an electric field that will flip this dipole. So it works. If I were to try to do that here, I'll apply positive charges here. I don't have any negative charges on this side, it won't flip. So it's contingent on, that spike coming in at the right point in the sequence. Okay, and so then it works, and eventually when we flip everything, we then create a channel across the whole device, and now we get this match signal or no match signal. And so we are happy to report that it works. We have actual devices that we fabricated and we tested, and just a couple of months ago, we got actual measured data to demonstrate this concept works for the first time. And we actually now have just found out this month that our publication on this has been accepted and will be presented by a member of the team who's here. Hugo, can you stand up? Yeah, so this is the graduate student who collected the data, and I'm going to show you his data. And then just the rest of the team that's here also stand up, just so you can see these guys who are doing this amazing work. Yeah. Thank you. And so so this is what we call a multi-gate ferroelectric field effect transistor. It's able to discriminate pulse sequences. What you're looking at is a wafer of silicon, and on the bottom half you see these basically tines of a fork. It's like a probe that comes down, contacts those terminals of that device, and this was fabricated in a production-ready process by Global Foundries. And I would like to thank Sylvain Baer, who basically gave us complimentary access to this process. And we are looking forward to fabricating a full wafer with huge chips that do memory. But anyway, right now we have this device here. That's a string of gates, transistors, FEFET transistors, and that's the actual magic ferroelectric stuff right here that has those dipoles that flip up and down. And so what I'm showing you here is Hugo's data from a 3-gate version of this device. So what he's showing here is he pulses the first gate, that's the left gate, then he pulses the second gate, and then he pulses the third gate. After he pulses the first gate, we don't have any response. The second gate, we still don't have any response, that's the purple. And then the third gate, we get a huge current flowing through the device, okay? If we actually swap the order, so instead of pulsing the first gate first, we pulse the second, then we pulse the first, then we pulse the third, we don't get any current. So this is like 100 times less than the current you get when you have the right sequence. So we're very happy with that signal-to-noise ratio. And I'm going to hand it over here now to the other member of the team to talk about how we're going to use these devices to search.
Thank you. So I want to start by asking this really key question. We opened with having a phone, this desire to be able to search everything that these tons of documents, these tons of whatever knowledge format you have on your phone. And so, we built these kinds of devices, these nanodendrites, and now we want to ask, how can nanodendrites accelerate information retrieval? And we'll focus on this particular problem of document retrieval, where most of the systems today are using dot products to perform these operations. So I'm just going to explain a little bit about how these sort of benchmark state-of-the-art models work, and then talk about how nanodendrites fit into this picture and how we've actually tested that. So one flavor of neural retrieval models here is called Splayed, and it takes in this tokenized passage, feeds it through a pre-trained language model, and then creates these vector representations for each token. It's producing these sparse vectors that are actually back in the vocabulary space. So it's a really interesting way to, sort of go back to how document retrieval used to be done, which was, decompose a passage into the words that are already existing in the passage. Well, this model uses a language model to supplement those words with other vocabulary words that are relevant, as well as prune other words that aren't relevant. And then, it goes back to this single vector representation by collapsing across dimensions here. So, just taking the importance scores associated with each one and collapsing it across all the words. So, just to give a tangible explanation of what that is, you might have the word dog show up in your passage. This model would suggest other words like that, dogs, plural, but also fetch, pet, canine, other things that might be relevant based on the rest of the context of that passage. And then collapse that across all of the other words. So, if another word has a higher importance for that word, well, it'll replace the importance for one with the importance of the other. Anyway, there's some details, but in the process of indexing your collection of passages, we're going to create this vector for one passage and then store it in memory. And then, we're going to do that for the next passage and store that in memory as well. And we'll do that for all of the passages that we have in our collection. There might be millions of them, but we have single vectors that represent all of them. And now the goal of information retrieval, document retrieval, is to take a query and match it against all of these different passages to find the most relevant passage. And to do that, this model produces the same single vector representation to encode that whole passage, and then loads that into your CPU or your GPU and does a bunch of dot products to get scores for all of those different passages and returns out, say, the top 1,000 passage IDs. So the most relevant passages for that query. And this model is quite close to state of the art. It retrieves the most relevant passage for these top 1,000, retrieves the most relevant passage among that top 1,000 set for 99% of queries on our benchmark data set, MS Marco. And so, working with the rest of our team, really across disciplines, we asked, how can nanodendrites replicate these operations? So to get into that, I want to tell you, remind you something interesting about these nanodendrites. They're really a new kind of computing device that operate on spatiotemporal patterns instead of vectors. So when a spatiotemporal pulse pattern activates the gates of a nanodendrite sequentially from tip to tail, a conductive channel starts to grow under the device and allows current to flow. Now we say that this device is active. And so we're excited to share a successful method for leveraging this operation for retrieval. So how do we do that? Well, we built on our team's experience with Colbert, which is the true state-of-the-art model on this task that pioneers using multiple vectors to represent a passage. So instead of collapsing these vectors down into one, we're keeping one vector for each token. But we quantize the scores now, not as this continuous value, but instead into 4 discrete bins. And those bins will correspond to different permutations of wires that we use to route signals onto the different nanodendrites. So just to explain this picture a little bit more in depth, for every dimension that we have, we'll have a separate wire on our chip. And for each token in a passage, we'll have a separate nanodendrite. And then we'll program or store all of those patterns onto the nanodendrite. So if we look at the first nanodendrite and the first token, well, wires 6 and wire 12 are placed into the first bin, and so we place them into the first gate. We route them onto the first gate. Wire 8 is in the second bin, and therefore it gets routed onto the second gate, and so on. And we do this for the first token in the passage, the second token in the passage. It'll go back. Wow, first ad. It'll get there. Okay, we do that for all of the passages in our all of the tokens in our passage, and then wire them together to create one representation, one score for that passage. We're basically just summing the currents from all of these nanodendrites. And then we do that for all of the passages that we have in our collection. And we'll store all of this on our chip, right? Because these are really tiny nanodendrites. They're on the order of nanometer scale. So we can really place millions of them on a 2D chip and trillions of them in a 3D chip. So now when we get a query, we want to see what happens. I'll try that. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. So we get a query and we'll use the same model to create a 4-level pattern for each token in that query. And then we'll apply the will turn that pattern into a spatiotemporal pulse pattern. So what that looks like is, we still have these 4 different bins, but now they represent times at which we're going to pulse these different wires. So in this example, the 6th wire gets pulsed first, then the 8th wire, then the 9th and 11th go at the same time, and the 12th and the 10th goes last. And what that does is it hits all of the nanodendrites in parallel and matches against the sequences that they've stored, those spatial patterns that they have wired into them with this permutation routing system. And then we play the next queries pattern, the next tokens pattern, and finally we play the 3rd one. And over the course of this, we build up activations across all of these different nanodendrites and sum them together to create one score that represents that passage. Now we can do this. All of this is actually happening across all of the millions of passages that we have in our collection. And we can take these scores and now rank the top 1,000, just as we did with the original benchmarks model did. And when we do that, we find that this method, sequence split, returns the most relevant passage for 90% of queries, which is really exciting. Just sort of in software, we've simulated these nanodendrites. But it's still worse than the 99% recall that Splade achieves. Despite that, we're encouraged, I think, by the potential of our hardware to speed up retrieval by orders of magnitude. And so to look into that, let's think about this frontier for latency and retrieval, right? This benchmark model, Splade, retrieves with 99% recall at 32 milliseconds of latency on a CPU. Those same authors actually worked quite hard to cut that latency down even further. They used a bunch of optimization tricks to create a smaller model, train new hyperparameters, and found a new model that has a recall of 96% with only 8 milliseconds of latency. This is extremely fast. But when you want to use retrieval in a larger system, you want to augment your interactions with a chatbot, say, with a actual knowledge base, you want to go as fast as possible. You don't want any latency there because you're doing more processing on top of that. There is actually an extreme that goes even faster than this, and that's the simple BM25. But there's this drop of performance that happens when you're trying to retrieve from documents with this model, and it's not really a trade-off that many people are comfortable making today. Despite that, together these pieces span a Pareto optimal frontier for recall and latency. And we're really excited to share that our model here actually pushes that frontier even further. By leveraging the hardware. So we recall with 90% accuracy on the order of microseconds of latency. We're really excited about this because it's not just a new point on the frontier, it's really pushing the frontier of what's possible by fusing algorithm and hardware, as we've done this past year. But we're not even done yet. We achieved this recall rate by modifying a pre-trained Splade model, one that's trained to produce vectors that are scored with dot products. These vectors are really repurposed to turn into spatiotemporal patterns. And we're really excited by the possibility of creating a new model, training a model end-to-end to really generate a new sequence that represents a passage in query, rather than using a pre-trained model as an intermediate checkpoint. And so we're going to work on this for the next year. We're really excited about this being able to boost recall and still use the same hardware that we're designing to basically retrieve without any increase in latency. So all told, we're really eager to combine this past year's successes to build a first iteration, a 2D version of this retrieval accelerator. And that's really made possible by these 2 major achievements that we had. The first, which is successfully developing a nanodendrite in this existing commercial fabrication process. They can turn out millions of these nanodendrites on a wafer at whim. We just need to set up that contract with them. And the second piece of this is developing a retrieval algorithm that maps passages and queries into these spatiotemporal patterns, which we achieved this year. So in the coming year, we will have this 2D accelerator, retrieval accelerator. But like I said, we're not done yet. On the algorithm side, we're working to boost recall. On the hardware side, we're still aiming to build this 3D retrieval accelerator. And to achieve that, first, we'll be working on fabricating our design for a 3D permutation network using RRAM cells. So here we're showing a blown up version of a routing unit we've designed for this task. There's state holding RRAM cells at the junctions of each of those wires. And actually, this is a technology we've spent years working with in the Stanford NanoFab. We have collaborators who have tons of experience with that. And we're pretty confident we'll be able to hit this milestone in the coming year. The next milestone after being able to integrate this 3D routing fabric is to design and fabricate nanodendrites at low temperatures. This is sort of a hardware limitation that, you need to be able to do it at low temperatures to be able to stack nanodendrites on top of metal. Otherwise, you just melt the metal underneath it. So this is really another key piece that's going to be able to get us to a 3D retrieval accelerator. So we're already thinking about the materials, the process slope for making these nanodendrites, and we think we'll be building these devices here in the Stanford NanoFab by early 2025. So that preview means today, getting to the end of 2023, we're really on the brink of a technological revolution with memory. We're crafting a chip that mimics the brain's immense 3D connectivity, its unparalleled associative memory, and unlocking massively parallel search right at our fingertips, zero latency search. We're not just making knowledge retrieval fast, we're making retrieval instinctual. Thank you. Yeah.
Do we have any audience questions?
Thank you for the great talk. I think it's very, very, very interesting because it shows end-to-end solutions for application level problems. But I have a question for this kind of new materials or like in-memory computing. So how do you handle the sparsity or unstructured data patterns for such kind of device or system? Thank you.
Is this working? Yeah, thanks for the question. And it's great to have a device guy in the audience. So this is the part we sort of went pretty fast on. Basically, that's a challenge in 2D chips that these unstructured wiring patterns are very difficult because you have very limited wiring. When you go to 3D, then you open up a whole third dimension, right? It's like having multiple levels on the freeway, right? And so we are basically now embedding what's called circuit switching. These RRAMs are little switches that can reroute signals on those wires. And just because we have way higher degree of connectivity in 3D. And so we are leveraging that to address that unstructured nature of these, mappings.
They faded, yeah.
I just a very naive question. So amazing work on this retrieval experiment. What's going to happen to these more newer Gen AI, especially the predictive part of the model? Is your especially the generated prediction and the token predictions. Does it have any implication to what you're designing?
I'm the hardware guy, so I'm going to hand it over to the software.
So like the team was saying, retrieval is now, could be so fast, it basically takes no time. Your GPU, your CPU is not doing the vast majority of that work. So it's free to be dedicated to do the rest of those parts. So we're basically sort of adding that extra hardware that could take care of that retrieval part. And because it's so fast, what we're building on the algorithm side, elsewhere, and what we're seeing the community build are stuff, sort of workflows where you might search tens of times within a single generation call. And so, this really makes it a lot more possible, especially, when we offload to our devices.
Any other audience questions? Yes.
Okay.
Oh, it's right there. Thank you.
With so many gates, will that decrease your area density? And will they work against each other because they are high voltage, voltage next to each other?
I think I got the question. I think you're talking about these strings with multiple gates. Yeah. I showed you the 3D NAND, the standard technology of phone, which has up to 232 of these devices in a string. But you can see from Satak's presentation here that we only need to search for sequences of 4 pulses. So we really only need 4 gates. So we're thinking architecture, and you saw it a little bit in the diagram, is going to be much shorter strings, if you want to call them strings, tiled in 2D, and not so many gates as you have in a 3D NAND. Does that address your question? Yeah, so I think that will improve the yield if that's what you're concerned about.
It's also energy, the density, because now you have multiple connections to the same gate.
Yes. I'm laughing because, we were like, we got to address this. And thank you for the question, because we just didn't have time to cover all these things. The part of the reason there's 2 aspects of that. There's like how far the wires go, which is going to generate more heat, and how sparsely they are activated, right? So the idea is that, if with fewer signals, you can express a lot more different tokens, then those few you don't need as many signals. So we don't think that, like in a digital chip or binary chip, half of the wires are active at any time. We think it's more like going to be 1 of 1,000 or 10 of 1,000, which is like the kind of sparsity you see in the brain, because the coding is so, the nanodendrites are so selective to those signals, so they respond rarely.
We have time for probably one more question. I'll ask a question.
Yes.
Talk a little bit more. I know you have you reference it, the hardware and the software people. Can you talk a little bit about how working with the hardware people helped to help the software people kind of further their work, and then vice versa?
Yeah.
So I could start briefly. Yeah, so I guess we are the software guys. So, at least I can speak at least for myself. I didn't know anything about most of this before we started the project. So it's been really kind of a great learning experience. And one thing we really care about when we were building these retrievers, we built Colbert here, might be familiar to some people, is sort of thinking about the stack of the retrieval. And obviously latency and hardware constraints in terms of cost and otherwise is really important. So what this project has been sort of playing a critical role for us is thinking about new ways of making these models just much faster, order of magnitude cheaper, through primitives that we didn't even know existed. And I'd say, I have a huge thank you for Sarthak here, who plays as link between people on all the sides. So he translates between us. So it's been great.
For me, it's been illuminating just because you start to realize how boxed in you get by standard ways of thinking. In neural information retrieval, dot products are everywhere. They're kind of in the background of every step in optimization and retrieval, and you don't reflect on it. And then you interact with a team like this that is thinking about storage and retrieval and data in entirely new ways, and you think, what's going to happen if we think in terms of spatiotemporal sequences? It's scary at first, and then you see the kind of innovation that can come from that. And it really is, in the end, transformative. And I think we're going to see an era of innovation around storage and retrieval, just the way we've seen for all those other aspects of our devices. And that's going to be incredibly empowering in terms of opening up new access to knowledge in private and secure ways and all that stuff. It all starts from these kind of very low-level algorithmic insights that I wouldn't have had without the rest of the people up here and the rest of the people on the team.
Okay, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So now we do have a break. Feel free to stand up, stretch. There's some food in the back, and we'll be back here at 2:35. All right. We are going to get started. Please take your seats. Our next team is titled Matching Newcomers to Places, Leveraging Human-Centered AI to Improve Immigrant Integration. They're working to develop data-driven matching tools for both governments and immigrants themselves to generate personalized location recommendations. The goal is to advance both the theoretical and empirical frontiers of algorithmic matching. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. My name is Jens Heinmüller, and I'm one of the faculty directors of the Stanford Immigration Policy Lab, IPL. And I'm super excited to be here with our team of interdisciplinary researchers to share with you how we're harnessing the power of AI to match refugee newcomers to resettlement locations where they're most likely to thrive. I was once a newcomer to the US myself. I came here to study. I acquired citizenship and made a career and built a family. But I was very fortunate to come by choice. And for many millions of refugees in the world, unfortunately, they have very little choice in their movements. In fact, if we look at the numbers, they're truly devastating today. So forced displacement in the world is at an all-time high. There's about 108 million forcibly displaced people in the world, including about 36 million refugees. And with climate change and ongoing conflicts, unfortunately, these numbers are only projected to increase in the coming decade. Now imagine for a minute just what it must be like to be a refugee, right? Imagine yourself being forced to flee your home, right, because of violence or persecution. And then you may have to walk for hundreds of miles across the border into a neighboring country. You might make it into a refugee camp. You apply for refugee resettlement with the UNHCR. And then you wait, often for years, undergoing various background checks. And then there will come a day where you're going to board a plane and you're going to be flown to the United States, and you're going to arrive in a city where you don't know anybody, right? You may not speak English. You've lost all of your assets, right? And you quickly need to turn your life around. There's very minimal support from the government. You have to find a job very quickly. You have to get your kids into school. You have to learn the language, and successfully try to integrate yourself into the society and the economy. And that road to successful integration can be a very challenging one. Now, our lab and others have done a lot of research which shows pretty clearly that the place where refugees are initially resettled has quite a significant impact on their future integration trajectory. So a place can either be a stepping stone, right, that provides you with the right opportunities and services where you can thrive, but it can also be a stumbling block that can result in prolonged poverty and really a difficulty of integrating into the local community and economy. And this comes out in the quantitative studies we've done, but it also comes out in the interviews that our team has conducted with refugees who have been resettled to the United States. So here's an example of a 61-year-old female refugee from Iraq. She was resettled in San Diego, and she said, the nature of Southern California is amazing. I love it. I tell them that I don't need to go anywhere now for tourism because here in San Diego, and of course, when my son and my husband came and my son grew up, even when he left California to go study medical school in Arizona and then do his residency as a surgeon in Texas, he was coming, and every time he takes me and his dad to places, to the beach, to Mount Soledad, everywhere. So I keep saying, thank God, I'm in heaven, okay? So here we have an example of a location really being a stepping stone, allowing this refugee to thrive, allowing the kids, right, to thrive, leading to intergenerational integration success. But the location can also be a stumbling block. And so here's an example of a 48-year-old female refugee from Syria that we interviewed. She was resettled in Harrisburg, and she said, this area has a lot of factories. My husband is now unable to work due to his health condition, and I cannot work in a factory as a woman. If they had restaurants, shops, more type of work, it would be much better for me, but there's only factories here. So here we have an example of the place not being a good match for that refugee family. So how do you find the best possible matches for the refugees that are being resettled to the United States? Well, initially you might think it's easy. Let's just send everybody to San Diego because that seems like a great location, right? But unfortunately, right, this placement decision is much more complex. Okay, so first of all, there's a set network of locations, and every location has a quota, right, that determines the number of refugees that can be resettled there in a given year. In addition to that, right, every local office only has a certain capacity of the number of refugees that they can take in a given week. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed. So you need to balance the arrivals across the offices. And then thirdly, perhaps most importantly, the data also shows pretty clearly that San Diego actually is not the best place for a lot of refugees. Some are thriving there and others are really struggling. And so if you want to come up with the optimal placement, what you need to do is you need to figure out the synergies between the places and the people. You need to identify the characteristics that make a refugee a particularly good match for a particular type of location. And these synergies are pretty clear in the data. So in this chart here, you see the relationship between certain refugee characteristics and the probability of finding employment that we estimated in 2 locations, in Phoenix and in Denver. And what you see here, for example, is that refugees that speak English when they arrive, they have a higher chance of finding work in Phoenix, but in Denver, it doesn't seem to make much of a difference. And then, for example, for refugees from Burma, they have a higher than average chance of finding work in Phoenix, but actually a lower than average chance of finding work in Denver. So if you're a placement officer in one of those agencies and you're tasked with placing an English-speaking refugee family from Burma, right, you probably want to prioritize sending them to Phoenix, where they're much more likely to thrive, than to Denver, where they're actually less likely to thrive. But in reality, right, there's lots of characteristics, there's lots of different locations, there's thousands of refugees that are coming in. So finding this optimal placement by trial and error is like extremely difficult, obviously, for placement officers. But it's precisely the type of problem where AI methods can really help and identify these synergies from the data and make them available for placement officers in the form of location recommendations. And so what our team has done is we've developed this algorithm and matching tool called GeoMatch, which basically dynamically learns these synergies over time and has a matching algorithm layered on top of it that basically provides placement officers that are tasked with this very difficult placement decisions with personalized recommendations for every newly arriving refugee, recommending the location where they're most likely to thrive, taking into account all of the quotas and all of the constraints that exist on the placement that has to be done. And so this basically puts placement officer for the first time in a situation where they can actually make more data-driven placement decisions than they're currently able to do, and all of the information that they need is basically at their fingertips. When we run backtests on historical data, simulating what were to happen if you were to use placements based on these algorithmic recommendations, we find that there's a lot of synergies in the data. So the expected employment rate in the US would about double, and we find similar gains in Switzerland. And so if you think about this from a cost effectiveness perspective, it's quite attractive, right? Because it's not like you're running not an expensive training program or something like that, but what you're doing is you're using the data that you're already collecting, and you're just making the insights from that data available for placement officers to make more data-driven placement decisions. And so we are very excited that with the help of the Hoffman-Yee Grant, we were actually able to launch the GeoMatch tool with one of the largest refugee resettlement agencies, the Lutheran Refugee and Immigration Services. And since we started launching the tool with them a couple of months ago, already more than 2,000 refugees have been placed with the help of the GeoMatch recommendations. So let's hear from our partners on how GeoMatch has changed their work on a day-to-day basis.
Hi, I'm Helen Purcell. I'm the Assistant Director for Refugee Pre-Arrival Services at Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Service. The Refugee Pre-Arrival Service is a meeting of folks who divide up cases of people who are coming to the United States. And we meet weekly, twice a week actually right now, because it's so busy. And we choose cases who have friends and family in the US and place them where the friends and family are located. And we also choose cases who do not have friends and family. So we're using this GeoMatch tool to more effectively place the cases where people don't have friends or family. Working with IPL has been pretty awesome, I have to say. We've been doing this and working on this tool for over a year. And I would say that having our daily processes that we go through explained and then entered and refined into an algorithm that helps place people has been truly amazing. I'm able to have everything all in one dashboard. Everything I need is right there. I sign in and it takes just a matter of minutes to place cases, when it would take hours and hours to prepare beforehand and then hours to actually meet and place the cases. I really enjoy using the GeoMatch tool because there are choices that we're able to make. This is not a computer program that is taking away our ability to direct where a case is placed. This is showcasing the benefits of our offices across the US and allowing us to have a choice and choose the right location for each person. IPL gets us. They understand. They don't geek speak over our heads. Everything is boiled down for us. And they've really delved into the meaning of refugee resettlement and how that affects a person when they're coming to the US. They care. That is, and you can't pay someone to care. It's important. I would recommend GeoMatch for all of the 10 resettlement agencies. I truly feel that it streamlines the process. It helps us save manpower. It helps us save money. We are able to have our staff working on other things instead of focusing on preparing to do placement. I would say that all of refugee resettlement in the US should be using GeoMatch. I've been in the business for 22 years, and I have seen from the beginning refugee placement starting from faxing over biographical data. And I've gone from standing at the fax machine and waiting, and then looking at cases and trying to decide where to place them. So this is Jetsons compared to the Flintstones. We are at a new age where we can give all of the information to IPL, have them convert it into an algorithm, and then boil it down for us and have this wonderful tool for placement. And I know that I don't have to worry about it. In the beginning, I would double check the computer to make sure that it was working correctly, when in fact the computer makes less mistakes than I would. So I have to say it's been a real pleasure working with IPL, and I feel safe and would recommend it for everyone.
Great. So most importantly, GeoMatch is not just a user interface, right? It's also an application of human-centered AI, like in this very important policy domain, right? Where the refugee space hasn't really been able to benefit from some of the benefits that AI can bring. And so what this does is we basically have these implementations on the one hand, and then they give rise to all sorts of thorny methodological research problems that are at the intersection of many different fields. And so with the help of the Hoffman-Yee Grant, we've been able to put together an interdisciplinary team of researchers to tackle both the theoretical as well as the empirical frontier of refugee matching. And you'll hear from some of our team members about the specific aspects in GeoMatch that they were working on. Now, before we get there, I also want to emphasize that in everything we do, we really pride ourselves to very carefully consider all of the ethical considerations that are on the forefront of our minds when we are basically navigating the use of AI in the immigration and refugee space, right? And this is many different aspects. I just want to highlight 4 here. So as you already heard from Helen, right, what we always do is it's a human-centered approach. So we maintain human oversight and inclusion, right? It's always the placement officer that has the final say over where the refugee is placed. This is really to amplify their ability to make more data-driven decisions. It's not to replace them and take them out of the equation. Also, we have a community-centered approach. As you'll hear in a minute, our team does lots of interviews with refugees and affected communities to get their insights and give them a voice, right, of what should be incorporated in the algorithm and what a good placement should actually look like. And that is something that is very important. Now, we also incorporate fairness considerations directly into the design of the algorithm. You'll hear about a project on that as well. And there we're really trying to carefully navigate the different interests of the stakeholders, right? The governments, the locations, and the refugees. And then we also do a lot of research trying to give policymakers more careful guidance on how they should best choose some of these parameters in this particular policy, right? So for example, whether they want to optimize on long-term or short-term integration outcomes. And on this specific issue, Dominic is now going to talk about a project that he has done. So Dominic, take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, so when I joined the project, I was very, very excited. So for 2 reasons. First of all, I was excited to work with Elizabeth and Kirk. Secondly, I'm from Germany. We had a lot of refugees. And particularly in my hometown, we had a lot of refugees, and there was a huge community effort. And what I saw there was that with the community effort, 80% of the arrivals found a job. So when I heard that I can also use my statistics background to help in this process, I was very happy to jump in. Okay, so what's the problem? The problem is we want to predict employment or other integration outcomes for a refugee based on historical data. Now, as you all know, like the world is changing rapidly, so we have to be very careful how we use the historical data. So as an example, let's say a policymaker tells us that they want to optimize or predict that a refugee will have a job 2 years from now. Now, the problem is you have to wait 2 years to get that type of data. And as you can imagine, during that time, a lot of things will change. For example, finding a job today in the Bay Area is very different from finding a job 2 years ago. Okay, so what can you do? So here are a bunch of like proposals. The first one is the naive one. Well, you just wait those 2 years, you get those outcomes, and then you train your prediction model on the data where you observe these long-term outcomes. As I already said, the problem is it's outdated data. The other thing that you can do is you can train the model on some short-term outcomes, for example, with 1 year employment outcomes. Like counterintuitively, you're using now a proxy outcome, but this might actually be better for the goal of the decision maker because you're using more recent data. The other thing that you can do, that's a hybrid approach, you can, and that is what we propose, you can decompose the overall prediction task of like making this long-term prediction into smaller sub-problems. And for each of these sub-problems or subtasks, you use the best data available. And then in the end, you aggregate and like put the like pieces back together. So in the end, what you're trying to do is you're trying to make the best use of all of the different data sets that you have available. Okay, so we have these methods and we want to compare them. What do we want? We want gains, right? We want high employment, but the other thing that we also want, we want something that works reliably and robust across many different scenarios. So we ran some back tests on data from our partners. The different panels are different scenarios. From left to right, it gets more and more challenging. The blue lines or the blue dots are the different procedures. In green, we have marked the hybrid approach. And what you see is that the hybrid approach sometimes does better, sometimes much better than some of the competing procedures. But more importantly, it works reliably well across all of the study's scenarios. And that was important to us because we care about reliability here. Okay, so let's take a step back. What was the problem? The problem was we want to predict employment outcomes and other like integration measures like based on historical data in a rapidly changing world. And what we found is that the hybrid method performs reliably well across all of the scenarios that we studied. Okay, so that's it from my side. What you're now going to hear from Elizabeth Paulson. So she's at Harvard, and she's going to tell you about Fairness Project.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Paulson, and for the past 2 years, I've had the privilege of being part of the GeoMatch team. My journey began as a postdoc at the Immigration Policy Lab. That's me in the yellow. And today I'm continuing this important work from my new position as an assistant professor at Harvard Business School. I'm passionate about using data and analytics to make public sector interventions more effective and fair, which is exactly what the GeoMatch portfolio is doing. As we venture into this relatively uncharted waters of applying machine learning and AI in the refugee and immigration sectors, it's crucial to try to understand and mitigate any potential negative impacts that might arise from the use of GeoMatch. The core GeoMatch algorithm is designed to optimize for a global objective, such as average employment. This creates a potential risk, though. In optimizing for the majority, we might inadvertently compromise the outcomes for specific subgroups. Although we haven't seen this arise as an issue in our back tests, real-world implementations are, of course, much more complex, and we need to be prepared to address any potential disparities that might arise. For this project, I collaborated with experts in fairness, online resource allocation, and robust optimization, along with an amazing PhD student. One of the most interesting aspects of our project was grappling with the concept of fairness in this setting. What does it really mean for GeoMatch to be fair, especially given that every location can only resettle a certain number of families per year? And more importantly, who should get to decide on the definition of fairness? For GeoMatch, our partners play a pivotal role in determining which subgroup should be considered when thinking about fairness and also how to define fairness. For instance, some agencies might prioritize fairness across gender and age and use the status quo as their benchmark for what they consider fair. Others might consider country of origin to be the key feature and want to prioritize groups with the lowest employment outcomes. To address this, we've developed cutting-edge algorithms backed by strong theoretical results that can adapt to many possible fairness definitions. This flexibility allows policymakers to define fairness and for our methods to then seamlessly integrate with these definitions. We tested our new methods on data from both the US and the Netherlands using different group and fairness definitions, and found that we could significantly increase the fairness of the resulting assignments while sacrificing only a negligible amount of the global outcome. This is an exciting project on many fronts. In the fields of operations research and computer science, the domain of refugee resettlement is itself still relatively new. Beyond that, the novel methods that we developed to address this potential issue can be applied to settings even beyond refugee resettlement, contributing to the larger field of fairness and resource allocation problems. This work is just one way that GeoMatch is at the cutting edge of refugee resettlement tools, working to help refugees and migrants find the locations that are the best fit for themselves and for their families. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Jonathan Gur. I'm an associate professor of operations, information, and technology in the Graduate School of Business. I've myself immigrated to the US and built my life here, and I'm also son of refugees who fled Europe during World War II. So I'm very much excited to be part of the work GeoMatch is doing to help millions of refugees today. I would like to introduce another operations project we are working on that concerns how dynamic design is integrated into the GeoMatch algorithm, while continuously evaluating employment likelihood is essential for achieving good outcomes. It is also very important to both partners and refugees that everyone is still being assigned to their best location. To talk more about this challenging problem, I would like to introduce Anand Kalvit, who leads this project. Anand is a postdoctoral researcher we were able to recruit from Columbia University to the Immigration Policy Lab with the help of the Hoffman-Yee Grant.
Thank you, Professor Gur. Hi, I'm Anand Kalvit. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Immigration Policy Lab since June this year. And my work at the lab involves the GeoMatch assignment algorithm. As we have mentioned before, a key objective of the algorithm is to match people to places in which they're most likely to succeed. Now, in order to achieve this, one needs to continuously reevaluate and identify synergies between applicant characteristics. These could be attributes such as age, education status, linguistic skills, and so on, and resettlement locations. And this process of continuous reevaluation must happen as the outcome data on integrations becomes available. Now, in order to maximize the number of successful matches, a metric which we are going to refer to as social welfare, it is important that resettlement locations receive a mix of refugees that is sufficiently diverse in its background characteristics. This is especially crucial for estimating employment likelihoods in locations that have had scant data historically. So, for example, in this cartoon, location D fits this description. Now, at the same time, it is also very well known that social welfare can often be at the expense of individual welfare, right? So, for instance, you cannot possibly send everyone to location C here in this cartoon, even though people at location C have historically done really well. So, happy faces, essentially. Now, in light of this, it is perhaps not surprising to see why exploring new locations can be difficult, as its implications for individual welfare can in turn affect compliance with the algorithm's recommendations in the future. Now, the challenge, therefore, for us is to balance these potentially competing objectives of social welfare on one hand and individual welfare on the other hand. Mathematically speaking, this situation can be abstracted away as a problem that sits at the intersection of dynamic optimization, online learning, and mechanism design, where in a sense, our goal as the policymakers is to build an assignment algorithm that approximately maximizes social welfare, and at the same time, it is incentive compatible for applicants to follow its recommendations. Now, by that, what I mean is that as seen from an applicant's perspective, our mechanism will guarantee that following its recommendations is indeed in their best interest, given the information available at that point in time, right? So what implications would it have for GeoMatch? So our hope is that with this work, we could help increase public trust in the tool, and improve compliance with GeoMatch recommendations in the future. Thank you.
My name is Tomas Jimenez. I'm a professor in sociology here at Stanford, and I too have a connection to the issues that GeoMatch addresses. I'm the son of a Mexican immigrant who spent the majority of his childhood in the United States undocumented and traveling the fields of California as a migrant farm worker. As we develop and refine this tool, we are taking account of insights generated not only from researchers and practitioners, but also from the affected population, the refugees themselves. We have been sitting down with and conducting extensive interviews with refugees to understand their experiences and how they make sense of their experiences in the places in which they've settled. And I want to turn the floor over now to Swan Tut, who is a sociology PhD student who's been conducting those interviews, and he's going to share with us what we've been learning.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for coming today. My name is Swan Tut. I'm a PhD student in sociology here. I'm originally from Myanmar. I'm an immigrant, and my research interests are focused on how immigrant and refugee communities experience life in the US. So I've been very excited to be a part of this project and conduct interviews with refugee respondents in order to provide a human-centered, grounded account of how refugees understand the process and what place-related factors are important for their long-term success. So far, I've conducted 20 in-depth interviews with refugees from Syria, Myanmar, and a host of other countries listed here. In line with the second question, refugees articulated a series of factors that improve their resettlement experience. I will be focusing on two in particular today: a well-paying job and a community from the same national origin. The GeoMatch tool incorporates these factors, and our interviews support this emphasis. For example, a 43-year-old Syrian respondent who was resettled near Greenville, South Carolina, shared how he worked in the same profession as he did previously. He said, "My caseworker took me to many places to apply for the job, and one of the biggest companies, they hired me to work at their car body shop. Even in Lebanon, I was working in this career. So wherever I go, I work at fixing the bodies of the car. And it is great. This job is very good." And in terms of a co-ethnic community, we have a 29-year-old Kachin respondent from Myanmar who was resettled in Phoenix, Arizona. He comments how important it was to have other refugees from Myanmar there for him. He said, "If you can find like a community from your same country, it makes the transition a bit smoother." When they brought us to the apartment that they rent to us, there was like a group of Kachin and Karen refugees. They came and cooked us Burmese food to welcome us for the day. We wanted milk, so they took us to CVS that evening to go get milk. Imagine if you were in a city without anybody that you know and you don't have anyone from your country. It's just hard. These interviews highlight the importance of being resettled in a location with a suitable job and a co-ethnic community to welcome you, factors that are incorporated into the GeoMatch tool. Interviews also highlight potential future directions of the tool. We hear often from refugee respondents about how important it is to have continued support from the agency beyond the first 3 months. For example, a 39-year-old Burmese respondent who was resettled in Philadelphia said the agency, they have a time limit for their services. Once their time is up, they don't look back. That's how it is. As we continue to hear from respondents about the importance of support beyond these first 3 months, this points to the need for more data collection on refugee employment, housing, and other integration data beyond that period. As an early graduate student, this project has really empowered me to pursue my own research on refugee and immigrant communities. And over the next year, I and the GeoMatch team, with the support of Hoffman-Yee Grant, will continue to conduct further interviews to refine our analyses, incorporate these findings into the tool, and communicate them with agencies and partners. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Swan. So where do we go from here, right? Our hope is that with continued support from the Hoffman-Yee Grant, we can really continue on this exciting research agenda. We think we've made some good progress in the GeoMatch portfolio, but there's still many, many open questions. And in many areas, we've really only scratched the surface of what is possible. You've heard today from some of the theoretical issues that we've been able to tackle with our interdisciplinary team, but we have a long list of outstanding methodological problems that we like to tackle. This is not an area where we really have all the answers yet, but what we do have is a great team that is really smart and can work on these issues, and I think make some important contributions to the theoretical frontiers of refugee matching and beyond. We also hope to continue to push the empirical frontier of refugee matching. We've been able to launch the tool in Switzerland now. We've been able to launch it with one of the refugee resettlement agencies in the United States. The other agencies are very interested to potentially also use GeoMatch. We have a couple of other countries where we already have fairly deep partnerships that are interested to use this tool. And there's an exciting new opportunity to potentially use GeoMatch in Mexico with the UNHCR, which is great because it allows us to basically bring this technology into more lower middle income country context where a lot of the refugees are located. So there's a very clear path to scale here, and we have a lot of these deep partnerships already in place. But our hope is that with the continued support from Hoffman-Yee, we can scale even beyond that, right? Because there's many, many refugees and migrants more than ever on the move today. And a lot of countries around the world are grappling with this precise problem of where to identify the best locations. And this technology can really benefit and I think serve more people out there. And so with that, I want to thank you all for your attention and very much look forward to your comments and questions and feedback. Thank you very much.
Right. We'll go to questions from the audience. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, wait for the microphone and then.
Very important and exciting work to see. How did the COVID epidemic impact on your placement, and how will that impact on your evaluation of the first 2 or 3 years of your program, being that it probably limited employment opportunities?
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much for the question. So I think this is precisely one of the methodological issues that we run into, right? It's like, how do you account for these changes in the economy dynamically over time? And obviously, I mean, COVID, talk about non-stationarity, that's a pretty significant shock, both to the, to the economy, and at the same time, there were some significant policy changes as well, right? That basically changed the kind of mix of refugees that were allowed to come to the United States. And so these are precisely the kind of challenges that then push us to build algorithms that are robust and can really learn these things over time. And I think one of the things that we've done in the US is that we very carefully monitored the situation, continuing to run backtests. And we actually waited a bit with the launch in the United States, precisely to a point where we felt confident that there was a sufficiently rich training data that would actually enable us to make like robust predictions. In a situation where the flows were so low, right, we saw that the prediction error was just too high, so we didn't feel confident. We didn't feel confident at that time going forward with our partners, even though they really wanted to move forward. And so that's precisely, I think, something where like we as scientists have to be responsible, right, and really explain very clearly what this technology can do and what it cannot do, so that the partners can make a decision about what's the best path forward.
There, someone might.
Yeah, thank you. This is really important work. I just want to ask you about the project's doing a great job of focusing on the refugees' perspective and their needs. But I want to ask about the community perspective, the community's needs and the employer's perspective. I mean, so if you're using data that are 2 years old, you may not know what employers need now, but the employers may know what's coming on. I'm just wondering if you have plans to get more of working with employers to make them want to, bring in refugees or at least, reduce the barriers for that.
Yeah, that's great. I think this is one of the things that we're actively working on. So I think in the 2-year example is really something that comes from Switzerland, where their goal was really to optimize on long-term integration. While in the US, the focus is actually much more on like finding employment very, very quickly, because that tends to be very important for integration. Once you find a job, you meet people outside of your community, you learn the language. And so I think in the US, there's definitely a focus on more quickly finding employment. And so with those kinds of outcomes, the algorithm tends to pick up these synergies like much more quickly. Now, there is definitely a lot of additional information, I think, out there that we are trying to incorporate into the algorithm, and it could go all the way like to incorporate even like, vacancies and like job needs that are specifically there. And so that's something that we're also actively working on. Right now, a lot of these
vacancies and opportunities would be picked up simply by the fact that your refugees who are coming, like 2 or 3 months ago, tend to find jobs, and then the algorithm starts to pick it up. So it's kind of a learning system. But the more information that goes into this, the better. And this is also something that we're trying to educate our partners on, to build more robust data collection mechanisms so that they can actually gather this kind of data and improve the placement beyond that. Thank you for the question.
We can probably take one more question. Yep, there.
Hello, my name is Galina Fedorova. I'm from Goodler. I work with refugees on a global level through UN agencies, plus I work with refugees here in the Bay Area. And I haven't heard from any of you touching on human capital. I think there was something about two-sided connection, but you don't have behavioral scientists or social scientists with your group. How are you addressing the needs of an individual? Because it takes much longer than 3 months to integrate.
Yeah, that's a great question. There are at least 3 social scientists up here. So, but I appreciate that comment. So, in addition to the interviews that we're doing as part of this project, we have a parallel set of interviews that we're going to put in comparison with the ones we're doing here on refugee co-sponsorship. And those are actually longitudinal interviews. So we will be looking not only at the kind of experiences of refugees at kind of 90 days, 6 months, but also into a year. So we are taking account of that. And then the interviews that Swan has been conducting, we actually have a range of time since arrival among our respondents. So we're interviewing people who've arrived relatively recently, and then even folks who've been here for years, because folks do make secondary migrations. Perceptions, experiences in the first few months can change pretty quickly as people become employed, as they get connected with a co-ethnic community. And so we are considering the kind of long-term experiences, including the kind of acquisition of human capital.
Yeah, if it's okay if I add something, just as somebody that's been doing the interviews, yeah, I mean, human capital for refugees is amazing, right? They're bringing so much from their country of origin that often doesn't get translated here. But in some cases, the refugees are the ones even working for the agency, or they become employed in some aspect that allows them to help other refugees. So we are seeing stories that really talk about refugee empowerment, right? And using the assets that refugees have to improve the process as a whole. So that is something that we're capturing. We didn't quite get to it today, but I didn't want to communicate that. Thank you.
All right, let's give another round of applause for our team. All right, so our next and final team of the day is titled MARPLE, explaining what happened through multimodal simulation. And they're working to bridge the gap between vision and language through the development of MARPLE, which is after the detective, Mrs. Marple, or Miss Marple. And it's a computational framework that combines evidence from vision, audio, and language to produce human understandable explanations of what happened in the real world. So welcome.
Cool. Well, thanks very much, and thanks everyone for sticking around. Yeah, we are Team MARPLE, so 6 different PIs spanning 5 different departments here at Stanford. And it's not just us, it's also a large team of PhD students and postdocs and research assistants who all put their MARPLE heads on for this project. And in the true spirit of Miss Marple, I want to start with a crime scene. This one here is a scenario actually from Sherlock Holmes called The Adventure of Silver Blaze. What's happening in it is that Sherlock and Watson are called to investigate a possible crime. The horse race, the racehorse Silver Blaze, and his trainer had disappeared. In the night, a stranger was spotted right next to the stable. And when they find the dead body of the trainer the next day, the trainer actually has the tie of the stranger in his hand. Right? So the evidence so far is pointing strongly towards the stranger having killed the trainer. But Sherlock wasn't convinced. In fact, one key piece of evidence came from the behavior of the trainer's dog that was sleeping in the stable where the horse is. When the local detective asked Sherlock, "Oh, is there anything else that you would like to draw my attention to?" Sherlock says, yes, to the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime. The detective says, the dog did nothing in the nighttime. Well, that was the curious incident. So what Sherlock was able to do here, he was to deduce from the fact that the dog didn't bark, that it couldn't have been the stranger who entered the stable, because in that case, the dog would have barked. In fact, it was the trainer himself who went into the stable. The trainer had actually placed a large bet against this racehorse, and he wanted to make sure that the horse is not going to win in the next race, wanted to harm the horse. The horse kicked him in the head and killed him. So the horse was actually the killer in this case. So now, we aren't Sherlock, most of us, or Miss Marple for that matter, but nevertheless, trying to figure out what happened and why is something that we do as humans all the time. Sometimes in very high stakes decisions, like this is when we are on the jury and we're trying to figure out whether a person was guilty or not. And we are confronted with a whole sorts of different kinds of evidence, also coming from different modalities. We might get some visual evidence, video footage, auditory evidence, and also testimony from witnesses. And we have to integrate all of this information and try to reconstruct in our minds what is the story that actually unfolded. But this kind of reasoning about what happened doesn't only happen in these high stakes decisions, it really happens all the time in our everyday lives. So you might see a Coke can like that and infer from it, oh, it was probably a car that ran over it. Or you might see a paw print here and the lack of a sausage and probably can infer what happened with that frying pan. Or just from the smudges of your neighbor's phone when they're putting them to the side, you can probably infer what game it was that they played on their phone. So we are interested in this kind of human reasoning, like very sophisticated human reasoning, and we want to study it by building a computational framework that can use multimodal evidence to produce human understandable explanations of what happened and why. Coming back to the scenario of the crime case, many of you probably know if you want to establish or convict a criminal, you have to establish means, motive, and opportunity. And those ideas helped organize some of the projects that we're working on in Marple. So in Marple means, we're interested in explanations of short horizon physical events. In Marple motive, in explanations of social behavior using large language models. And in Marple opportunity, in explanations of more long horizon behaviors of human agents. So starting with Marple means, so that the stranger actually have the means to bring about the crime in this case. So it turned out that the trainer had wounds to his head, not surprising since he was kicked by the horse. But it's also plausible that the stranger could have brought about these wounds because he was actually carrying a cane when he was spotted that night. So what we're interested in Marple means is how people can use their intuitive understanding of the physical world to figure out what happened and how people may have interacted with the physical world or with one another. So we're starting with a very simple, purely physical setting here. And I'm going to ask for audience participation in a moment, so get ready. And the crime that we're going to try and solve together here is in which hole the ball was dropped. So a very silly crime. But I'll give you a little bit of evidence, just like I did to my participants. So just some experience with how this box works, right? So the ball can be dropped into different holes at the top here. And then you hear a little beep sound when it's dropped, and then some collision sounds as it interacts with the obstacles, and also some sound as it lands in the bottom of the box in the sand. So here's just one example. Here's another one. Given that you've had some experience with this box now, I'm going to ask you to help me solve this crime. In which hole do you think the ball was dropped? And I'm going to use that creepy hand here and move it from hole to hole. And you just clap when the hand is at the hole where you think the ball was dropped. All right. You can clap once or however many times you want. It's nice to get some applause before the end of the presentation, I guess. So here's what we think was going on in your mind, right? So you saw the visual evidence, you have an intuitive understanding of how the physical world works, and you can use that to simulate the different possibilities in this case. But you can imagine where would the ball have ended up if it had been dropped in the hole here on the left? Where would it have been up if it had dropped in the middle or on the right? So you have some uncertainty about that, which is illustrated here with these distributions that you see at the bottom. But nonetheless, you can get a sense for what the most likely explanation in this sense is, in this scenario is here of where the ball ended up. And here, just like you, our participants, they didn't clap, but they gave us a response. They thought it was most likely that it was dropped in the third hole. And we also built a computational model that simulates what participants are doing in our task. And the model essentially uses the physics engine that we use to generate the stimuli, but turns it into a probabilistic version where we can incorporate some of this uncertainty about what's happening. And then it can compute the likelihood of the observed location of the ball under the three different hypotheses, and then infer in which hole the ball must have been dropped. But in Marple, we're interested in multimodal inferences, right? And the other modality, sound, comes in naturally in the setup here as well. So what I'll do this time is I'll just cover the box up first and just play the sounds that the ball makes as it's being dropped, and then reveal its final location. So listen up. I'll do it once more. Another drop. And now if I reveal the box, and I'll ask you again to clap, where do you think now, given that you have the auditory evidence as well, the ball was dropped? You're all very good participants. So the clap, I don't know whether. So you have the visual evidence in this case, but now you have the auditory evidence too, right? You heard this collision sound. You heard these like boom, chick. So now you need to find an explanation that not only explains the final location of the ball, but also the sounds that it made along the way, right? And you can again use your intuitive physical understanding to do so by just conditioning now on the auditory information as well. So simulating from each hole now generates a possible location the ball would have ended up, but also a sequence of sounds that you should have heard if it had been dropped in that hole. And by conditioning on both of these pieces of evidence, you can figure out in this case, just like our participants did, that it must have been dropped in the hole in the middle, and our model can do that too. So we're not only interested in the outputs of people's reasoning when they're trying to figure out what happened, but also in the ways in which they get there, right? And so what we can do, one way in the setup here of figuring out more how people are doing it, is by putting them in front of an eye tracker and seeing where it is that they're looking at as they're trying to solve this case. So you'll see the gaze position here indicated in blue. And this participant is just trying to figure out, okay, where it was that the ball was dropped. And you can see how they're kind of simulating different possibilities. And in this case here, maybe being unsure about whether it was dropped in the first hole or the second hole, and maybe eventually concluding that it was probably dropped in the second hole in here. And so we also build a computational model of this more detailed process which people are reaching their judgments, but that model not only predicts the judgments that people are reaching at the end, but also the time that it should take them to do so on a particular trial, and where it is on the scene that they should be attending in order to figure out what happened. So what this first project hopefully has shown is that we as humans can combine evidence from vision and sound to figure out what happened, and we can also build computational models that can do so too. But of course, to solve a crime case, right, we often have to think about how it is that humans are interacting with the physical world. And here's where I'm going to turning it over to my colleague, Jejun.
Thanks. Yeah, so as Toby said, we not only care about how objects interacting with each other, but also how humans really are interacting with the physical world and the environment surrounding them. So we really want to build this connection between human emotion, how humans are acting, and the scene and how objects are moving. So to build this bi-direction, I would say, connection, we first look at this first project, understanding how much we can reason about scenes based on human motion. So maybe we have not realized actually your motion, human motion, contains very rich information about the scenes that we interact with. And the goal for this project is how much can we synthesizing scene layout just from human motion alone. The input to the system we're building, it will just be a human motion sequence. And the output will be what are the possible scenes and objects that support this kind of motion. So we have built a pipeline that go from human motion to reason about the parts that are actually interacting with the objects and the categories of objects, and to retrieve corresponding shapes that support this kind of motion. So you can see that based on human motion, we're able to put together the room that the person is interacting with, including like the sofa, the table, the chairs, that support these motions, generalizing to different types of motion. But also, because think about the possible diversities in object placement, different types of objects, how they will support these activities, and complement the scenes with objects that should be there even if the person have not interacted with. So this is one direction. At the same time, we also want to understand, given the scenes, what are possible motions that humans can do? In particular, if I show you a scene as well as a moving object, just like really thinking about this detective case, right? If the object has moved, what would be the possible motion of the human that leads to this kind of motion? So humans, as we know, we interact with different objects in our daily life. But if I show you a scene and a moving object itself, how much does it convey what a human has been doing? So in this second project, our goal is to, based on the scene context and the motion of the objects, to reason about the possible motions that has led to the motion of the objects. And the input to the system will be the scene context, objects, and a moving object. Here is a moving monitor. And we want to reason about, okay, what are the possible realistic human motions that would have, led to the motion of this monitor, like the person is actually grasping and picking up and placing the monitor. And the challenge in doing all these projects about, jointly modeling humans and the motion of humans and objects is it's just really hard to capture data sets like this. So there's no existing large-scale data sets of whole body motions with objects. So we collected a large-scale data set of human-object interaction and their corresponding 3D models of the objects and scenes, which includes 17 different objects, subjects of humans, 15 objects, and 10 hours of motions. And here are some examples from the data set. Okay, so this is just like, I think, a few example projects that we're doing in this MARPRO-MEES, trying to explain the short horizon physical events between objects, also between humans and objects. But to really, be like Sherlock and solve what had happened in the crime scenes, we want to reason not only about these short-term interactions between humans and objects, but also long horizon behaviors of human agents. So that's MARPRO opportunity. And in MARPRO opportunity, we have been trying to build, we want to highlight here is environment, I would say a high-level environment that supports the audio-visual simulation of not only short-term human behaviors of picking up an object, but really a very long horizon task at a different level of abstraction. So this simulator supports the simulation of high-level planning, including, for example, if the person is in the room but want to go to a different room to get a snack, this kind of high-level action, to mid-level actions like, to get a snack, I have to go to the kitchen, to low-level actions, including, then I have to actually really grasp and get a snack. So it supports not only visual information, but also the auditory information and language. So with this simulator, we're able to build a benchmark that has the data and the model and all these human behaviors in these virtual environments. And then we use it to support inference tasks. For example, here, I will show you a demo of this. Can see that this person trying to go to a different room to pick up the snack, but accidentally spilled the food on the floor. So this is what a simulator can support, have both behavior, but also visual and audio. And now we can try to use the system to support inference tasks. For example, if I have the initial state of the scene, like think about it as a crime scene, but also the final state of the scene, that, the difference being here is the food got spilled on the floor. Then the inference problem will be who actually spilled food in the kitchen, right? Is it Alice or is it Bob? So if I just want to, if I just based on the visual data, and you can reason, you can imagine, it could have been both either Alice or Bob, right? Because they can both enter the kitchen, pick up the food, go back to their room, and accidentally spill the food in the kitchen. Here, this is where not only visual information is enough, it's not enough, but you actually would need, if you look again back to the final state, then so if I show you not only the trajectory, visual behavior, but also the auditory evidence, then you hear the sound of picking up the food and walking and spill on the floor, but you didn't hear the sound opening the door, right? So just like the dog was not barking, then we can tell, it should have been a trainer, not a stranger who entered the place. Here, that's the same story, right? Because the door was not open, so it must have been, or it's very much more likely to be Alice, because if it had been Bob to enter the kitchen and spill food, I should have heard the sound of the opening door. So this is like, I would say, a simulator, multimodal simulator that really supports not only short-term human physical object interaction, but really long-term behavior that will, I would say, serve as a platform for us to do very long-term interesting inference problems for human behaviors. So this is MARPRO opportunities. So now I'm going to hand over to Noah to talk about MARPRO motive explanation of social behaviors in large language.
So when we talk about motive, what we're actually talking about is social inferences, inferences about the latent states of human actors. This kind of social reasoning, which is often called theory of mind reasoning in psychology, has been studied for many decades, particularly in developmental psychology, where we use stimuli like these stories. So Sally puts her cookie in a basket, and then Anne comes along and moves the cookie, and we want to know answers to questions like, where will Sally look for the cookie in action, or where does Sally think the cookie is, a belief. Now, fortunately for this sub-project, unlike the previous ones, all of the information that you need to make social inferences, theory of mind inferences, can be represented in text. We don't have to go all the way to multimodal stimuli. So this is a very similar story about a Zola who has a package that has one content and it gets swapped for another package. The fact that we can represent these stories and ask about these inferences in text should immediately pop to mind an important question, which is, can large language models, which, as we all know, are amazing, already do this? Now, when we started thinking about that question in this project in February, there had already been a number of papers trying to answer this question, but unfortunately answering them very strongly in diametrically opposite directions. So some people said, absolutely, large language models have theory of mind. Other people using the same models and very similar stimuli said, absolutely not, these don't have theory of mind. In the couple of months since then, there have been at least 6, and I actually think 8 papers, and they're just equally divergent in their conclusions. So what's going on with this? Well, when we looked at the exact stimuli used in these evaluations, we realized that there were some very broad, large evaluation sets, but they had very poor data quality. The items were actually very confusing, even for humans. There were other sets that were very high quality, expert written items, but there were very few items. And often there seemed to be potential leakage from the training set. For instance, almost every model must have heard the Sally Ann story because it's been in every psychology paper in the last 50 years. Finally, all of these papers had limited control conditions. You need really strong control conditions in order to tell whether the successes or failures are interesting successes or failures. So we set out to make a better benchmark and answer this question a little bit more definitively. And our approach was to draw on the same simulation and causal model literature that Toby introduced. There, the point that's been made many times is that human understanding of social situations can be thought of as a causal structure where things in the world lead to percepts, which leads to beliefs, which interact with desires, which lead to actions, and then there's further interaction like that as the world changes. So we thought, great, let's use this abstract causal template. Let's ask a large language model to generate scenarios and fill in all of the causal variables, all of the items to fully describe the situations, things like percepts, actions, beliefs, as well as questions that you can ask about each of those variables. And then to make the experimental stimuli, let's leave out some of the variables from the stories, put in others of the variables, and ask about a final variable that we're interested in. So make inferential questions out of these completely described scenarios. The nice thing about that is that by leaving out and asking about different subsets of the variables, we can get a very large number of different conditions that all need to be coherently related to each other in order to say that a model has theory of mind or a person. So the first question then is, did we succeed at making a broad set? Well, we generated 25 conditions with over 5,000 items, quite diverse settings, and importantly, very diverse background knowledge. So not only cookie in the basket, but is the egg boiled and many other states like that. Then we did a norming study. We asked human participants to judge the items in terms of understandability, coherence, and ambiguity. And the result is that our items were much more coherent than the broad data sets that existed, and equally good, or even sometimes a little bit better, than the ones that were written by experts, psychologists. Then we can go and we can evaluate language models, and we can say, okay, so what do we see with this broad set? And the first result is a control condition result, that if you look at the most primitive things that have to be there to even ask the question, so for instance, if a model is told that Sally sees a cookie in a basket, where does Sally think the cookie is? All of the models are quite good at saying, yes, if she sees it in the basket, she thinks it's in the basket. The picture is a little bit more interesting than when you start looking at more complicated inferences. So for instance, this is an inference going from, it's belief tracking. So going from an initial percept to tracking belief over time as the world changes. And you see that many of the models compared to our human baselines are not great at this, although surprisingly, GPT-4 is quite good. Forward action is a similar picture. So this is what will somebody do given what they've seen in the world, reasoning through beliefs. The most complicated one that's most relevant for Miss Marple is the backward inference. So assuming that you see what somebody does, how do you explain their action in terms of a belief? And here what we find is that humans are still much better at this, although GPT-4 is closing the gap, is getting there. You might be a little bit worried at this point, because I told you that we generated our items with a large language model, GPT-4, and then we tested GPT-4. Could be circular. There's many things that are interesting to say about that, but the important one for now is that then we went and we also generated items with Claude 2, and we cross-tested the models and found that there was no effect of which model we used to generate the items on the evaluation results. The really cool thing about this approach is that the same causal template filling methodology can now be used to generate novel benchmarks. They're new, so there's no chance of contamination from the training data across many other domains. So we're currently looking at morality, affect, pragmatics, and other causal attribution problems. So now you've heard about means, opportunity, and motive. To finish it out, Thomas is going to tell us a little bit about how we can situate this cognition in a broader philosophical and ethical context.
Okay, super. So I'm going to talk about the last parts of MARPL project, which are MARPL explanation and MARPL ethics. So in MARPL explanation, we're interested very broadly in the question of what makes a good explanation. So, remember MARPL's stated goal to build a framework for producing human understandable explanations of what happened, and also why what happened. So in some sense, this has already been in the background of what we've been talking about. Just take theory of mind. We understand each other's behavior, the actions that we perform, in large part through theory of mind. We say someone did something because they believed such and such and wanted such and such. So in some ways, explanation has been at the throughout this presentation so far. But we're also often interested in just explaining particular events, like a car accident. We might say, why did the car accident occur? And a natural kind of answer is something to the effect of, for instance, the driver was speeding. And when we give an answer like that to a why question, we're actually implying all sorts of counterfactual contrasts to what in fact occurred. So we might be implying, for example, that had the driver not been speeding, the accident wouldn't have occurred. And in order to produce and assess such counterfactuals, you might think that all of the kinds of tools we've been discussing, multimodal integration, the ability to simulate aspects of the world, both the non-agential environment, but also agents, is actually crucial to that, to giving answers to counterfactual questions, and therefore giving answers to explanatory questions. So in MARPL explanation, we're kind of digging into this and probing the phenomenon of explanation from both a descriptive and a normative perspective. And we think these are very deeply intertwined. So on the descriptive side, we're just really interested in which explanations of, for instance, concrete events do people in fact find convincing or compelling? So that's a kind of question just about how the mind works, just intuitively. And wrapped up with this, though, is a further dimension of the project, which is trying to probe exactly what is the function of explanatory thought and talk in our lives? Why do we go around asking for and giving explanations? And what does it do for us? What makes a good explanation against that backdrop? So this has already resulted, for instance, in a recent paper, more on the descriptive side, trying to probe how explanation works in natural language. So when someone asks a question, why did something happen? What do people give as answers? And also, what do they learn from answers to those kinds of questions? Turns out to be extremely intricate. We're trying to kind of chart the contours of this type of explanatory thought and talk. And we're also engaged in various kind of outreach activities. You're all welcome to come to a workshop that we're organizing with the broader community interested in causality and explanation in minds and machines, Society of Mathematical Psychology, in a few months. And this leads us to MARPL ethics, where broadening out even a little bit further into societal implications, we're trying to really anticipate the potential risks and concerns that might arise if you actually had some of these tools working in a really scaled up way to be able to simulate as part of an explanation assistant, for example. So returning to the car example, remember some accident occurred. Imagine we had a tool, essentially a scaled up version of what we've been discussing in this presentation, that would allow you to take in a video of an accident and essentially rewind the video, and using knowledge about how the world works and how agents work, sort of run forward the same scenario, but under some counterfactual manipulation. So for instance, we could imagine what would have had, and not just imagine, but present what would have happened if, for instance, the driver had not been speeding. You can imagine various uses for such a tool, and in some sense, they're probably not far off, but we're trying to think here about some of the potential implications of this and things that we need to be concerned about. I'll just give you a couple of examples of such things. As part of Marple Ethics, we've been thinking a lot about the fact that these kind of perceptually rich simulations are actually quite compelling. They're quite convincing. So we're all familiar with the old saying that seeing is believing. So if you're actually watching a movie, essentially watching a movie of something unfolding upon some putative counterfactual scenario, that might be pretty powerful in inducing you to think that's how things would have gone. So this is a potentially powerful tool, but it would of course need to be used with care. Imagine this, for instance, in a legal context. And another kind of dimension of this, closely related, is a kind of an old puzzle that is very familiar to all of us in cognitive science, philosophy, psychology, linguistics, has been concerned with the following kind of puzzle for almost the last century, which is which counterfactual manipulations in particular are relevant. So again, returning to this car accident scenario, if we're asking what would have occurred if the driver had not been speeding, how exactly do we reset and change in order to run forward to see what would have happened? Do we make the driver go exactly the speed limit? Do we make the driver go 5 miles per hour under, merely 2 miles per hour over, and so on and so forth? Do we change the fact that they were texting while driving? They were driving erratically? There's just there's so many different kind of variants of counterfactual manipulations. And this is actually a quite familiar theme that people have written about, and many of us have written and thought about in context of counterfactuals and explanation, where in some sense theory is now becoming, this merely academic kind of question is now becoming quite relevant. So we're thinking through some of these larger implications as some of the technology that we've been discussing will be more and more applicable to these kinds of uses. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Toby.
Cool, thank you so much. So hopefully we were able to give you a flavor of the different projects that we've been working on under the Marple umbrella. And while continuing working on this project is something that we want to do, we also really want to work towards the integration, right? To building a system that can actually explain what happened and why across a whole wide variety of different kinds of cases. In terms of the broader impact that we see our work have, is it's very much aligned with the intelligence research focus of HAI, right? So we are interested in people's common sense reasoning of the world. And we think it's still worthwhile doing so because current AI systems still don't quite match us on that front. So this is just illustrated here by a cruise car, driverless car in San Francisco, recently having driven straight into wet concrete, which probably a human wouldn't have done in this case. Understanding causal explanations in particular, right, which is the focus of our work, really brings together psychologists, computer scientists, philosophers, and legal scholars, and by coincidence, they happen to be in our team. In terms of applications that we see that this work could have, we think there are some pretty important ones. So one relates to the law, right? Applications in supporting legal fact finders, where you want to establish whether causation happened. And there's already companies or a non-governmental organization in this case called Forensic Architecture. And what they're doing is they're trying to build very realistic simulation models of something that happened in order to investigate possible human rights violations, right? Reconstructing what happened and seeing what caused what. We also think it's likely to come, and I kind of know it's going to come, in our future home assistants. So this is Amazon Astro that I only found about recently. You can buy it now, apparently, for $1,600. And it's essentially like a little Alexa on wheels that's going to run around in your home if you want it. And part of what it's supposed to do is to actually investigate stuff that's happening in your house. It's probably not that good yet, so I'm not sure that I would recommend it. But the kinds of tools that we're working on are in principle going to be helpful for home assistants to figure out, in this case here, that it was a raccoon that caused a havoc in the kitchen. We also think that more generally in video analysis, or more specifically in sports analysis, the kind of tools that we're developing are going to be important. So here, what we in the scenario, you're trying to simulate how a particular play would have unfolded, for example, if the defending team had played differently from how they actually did. So with that, I want to thank all the contributors of Marple. I also want to thank HAI, Reid Hoffman, and Michelle Yee for their support, and all of you very much for your attention.
All right. Any audience questions? I will ask the first question. When you talked about kind of can you talk a little bit more about the ethics of like the forensic application? You mentioned like the good part, but I imagine it could be used for bad as well.
Hi, Rob McCoon from the law school. Yeah, this is a big focus of interest in the project, and it's kind of these kinds of simulations are very exciting and can really extend the power of human cognition, but they also can be abused, and in an adversarial context, they can be quite manipulative. So we're writing a paper right now about some of the dangers of these technologies and how to help jurors and other legal fact finders not to be totally seduced by these. And we think part of the answer to that is not to rely on any single simulation, but to have multiple simulations, to let people see multiple counterfactuals and build a sense of the fragility of any one of the explanations. But there's a lot of work to be done there. And because people are going to exploit these tools in the legal context, it's good to start thinking now about what to do about it.
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, right? So there's this danger also, as Thomas alluded to, when they're used in court, for example, to present evidence and then may appear very convincing. But I think there's also a sense in which hopefully they could augment like legal fact finders before that stage, right? Because we as humans aren't perfect, like in making decisions and figuring stuff out, right? Sherlock was impressive, that he figured out that the person must have been someone known to the doc, but maybe a lot of us would not have thought of that, right? So the hope is at least that it could be a system that suggests things that people wouldn't have thought about given the biases that they have about the world, and that could be helpful in the stage of actually fact finding, so establishing what caused what to happen.
Yes, I'll bring you that microphone.
Just wanted to comment on the multimodal signaling. Way back when, used to be studies on critical flicker fusion frequency, how fast a film goes until it becomes continuous, and how you can impact on that by audio clicking. And so this has been studied. It's quite interesting how one can help the other.
Yeah, they're very interesting kind of multimodal perceptual phenomena as well. There's a nice science paper, right, with like, if you see two discs sort of going diagonally like this, and if you don't have a sound, like you just think of them passing through each other, but if the sound happens exactly at the time when the discs are there, it looks like they're bouncing off of each other. But in our case, like the multimodal part is still a little bit more reasoning-y than perception-y, I would say. Right, and how you can use these different sources of evidence, maybe nicely illustrated also in Jajun's part, right, where we had that home simulator, and maybe you were able to kind of see in your mind how the person was going as you heard the sounds. Or sometimes, if you're at home and your partner does something in the kitchen, you can know exactly what it is that they're doing just from hearing the sounds that they're making, right? And that's the kind of multimodality and inference that I think we're interested in this project.
Well, we have time for one last question. Yep. In the blue jacket there.
Sorry, I have a question about, I read a recent research paper about, let's say a group of 4 people making decisions together. Sometimes they make better decisions than AI. And also there's a paper about when do you delegate decisions to AI and when do you use AI to aid human beings to make better decisions. So do you have any insight on when a group decision is a better decision than AI and when maybe collaboration of human decision is better. I don't know, just when do you delegate what part of decision to machines?
There's some older research on this actually that wasn't really couched as AI, but really as sort of statistical prediction algorithms. And there are special conditions in which people will do better than the algorithms and will correct errors that the algorithms are making. But there are also special conditions in which you would have done better if you had had an individual correct the algorithm rather than a group, or vice versa. So it really turns out to be very sensitive to a number of factors we don't have time to get into, but it's really a fascinating question. And that literature really needs to be updated because the algorithms are much more sophisticated now than they were when that work was done.
Just to kind of reiterate that, it depends a lot what the AI thinks it's doing when it's helping you. So this is a preliminary project we're doing in this group, is to explore different ways that you can put the AI as part of a group of other agents. And some ways they're very self-centered, trying to figure out what they should do. Others, they're trying to figure out the group's utility. And the outcome matters a lot with what they're doing. And so I don't think there's a simple answer.
Yeah, I guess the one other thing that I'd like to add there is that I think that it's really important to, because I think it's unclear, is just to actually evaluate these systems, not standalone, but also in conjunction with humans. And we didn't have time to talk about it in this presentation, but we've done a little bit of work on AI-assisted grading tools to figure out the bugs that students made given a program, and a program that the student wrote. And we ran experiments with the humans and found that in that particular case, it was actually quite helpful. The human and AI together was better than the AI alone and the human alone. But I think that it's just a matter of actually running the experiments.
Okay, let's give a round of applause for their team. And that does conclude the symposium for today. I also want to give a big thank you to Casey and Mads, who helped in the background. They're our events team. They're back there. And then, yeah, to all of our teams who presented, our selection committee, and our audience, thank you all for joining. And we have a reception out in the backyard. Thank you.